I've missed being at the stadium this season, but I hope to see everyone next year in the new Yankee Stadium. But now it's time to sit back as the Yankees pay homage to the house that Ruth built. So, fans, I'll see you next season. But now, please direct your attention to the area by the Yankees on-deck circle and welcome our MCs for tonight's ceremony, WCBS Yankees broadcaster John Sterling, and Yes Network broadcaster Michael Kay.
Well, thank you, Bob. You know, you've really been missed at the stadium this season, and I think I speak for everyone when I say we hope to see you across the street next year. But tonight is about the glorious history of this majestic stadium as we welcome you to the final game in the history of the most iconic venue in all of sports, Yankee Stadium. Think of all the memories and great moments that have happened in this very building. Think of all the Hall of Famers and pinstripe legends that have graced this field. No place can match all the history that has happened within these historic walls. We'll be honoring the history of this hallowed stadium as we bring back to life some of the players from years gone by and welcome back some of the legends that graced this glorious field.
Well, it's amazing to think how much history this one stadium has seen over the past 85 years. It has seen no-hitters, perfect games, dramatic home runs, and countless World Championship celebrations. No other sports venue in the world has the rich history or seen the number of magic moments that this grand cathedral of baseball has. Tonight, we will look back at those magic moments and pay homage to some of the Yankee greats that helped make Yankee Stadium the iconic place that it is. Now, please direct your attention to the Diamond Vision screen in right center field as we turn the calendar back to the first opening day at Yankee Stadium on April 18th, 1923. The history of this grand cathedral of sports dates back to April 18th, 1923. On Yankee Stadium's first opening day, the Yankees raised their first pennant up to the facade. As we honor the rich history of this famed ballpark, the Yankees are proud to display this banner here tonight. Please direct your attention to the black seats in center field as we present the original 1922 American League Championship pennant that was the first pennant to fly in this stadium. Now, let's look back and remember the 1923 New York Yankees starting lineup, the first team to ever take the field at Yankee Stadium.
The manager, Miller Huggins. The starting pitcher, Bob Shawkey. The catcher, Wally Shang. The first first baseman, Wally Pipp. The second baseman, Aaron Ward. The third baseman, Joe Dugan. The shortstop, Everett Scott. The left fielder, Bob Musial. The center fielder, Whitey Witt. And the right fielder, on opening day 1923, he hit the first home run in this ballpark, Babe Ruth. Since 1923, the Yankees have had many illustrious players grace this field with their skills. Now let's recognize a few other Yankee greats who are honored out in Monument Park. He played first base for 2,130 straight games, and until last week, held the record for most career hits at Yankee Stadium. The Iron Horse, Lou Gehrig. A Yankee from 1930 to 1942. His pitching helped lead them to 6 world championships. Lefty Gomez. The Yankees' all-time leader with 261 complete games and the winningest right-hand pitcher in team history, Red Ruffing. The first of the great Yankees catchers, an 11-time All-Star, who helped lead the Yankees to 7 world championships, Bill Dickey.
One of the great Yankees managers, he helped guide them to 7 world championships as their respected leader, Joe McCarthy. A star pitcher on 5 straight championship teams, he hurled 2 no-hitters in 1951. The Super Chief, Allie Reynolds. He guided the Yankees to 5 straight world titles and 7 total championships in his 12 years in the Yankees dugout. The old professor, Casey Stengel. He holds the Major League record for most consecutive games with a hit. He was a 3-time MVP and a 13-time All-Star. Was a member of 9 World Championship teams. The Yankee Clipper, Joe DiMaggio.
The Yankees have had powerhouse teams dating all the way back to 1923 with great depth at each position. We just recognized some former Yankee greats, but the Yankees have over 700 living alumni. Tonight, as we celebrate some of the stars at each position, we mention that not everyone could be here tonight. The Yankees' pedigree has helped many legends spread all over the game. After they were done playing here, some are still active in baseball and were unable to attend tonight's ceremony. As we go around the field, please check out the Diamond Vision screen as we honor all of those former greats that have called Yankee Stadium home. We start with the left fielders tonight, and this one spent his entire 15-year career playing left field in Yankee Stadium. During this period, he was one of the American League's best switch hitters. He was a two-time world champion, made the All-Star team twice. Soft-spoken, a dignified leader, Roy White. This Yankee played here for 8 seasons. The first few as a left fielder before moving over to right field, and was quite possibly the greatest athlete ever to play for the Yankees. He made the All-Star team every year he wore pinstripes. He also hit over 200 home runs and won 5 Gold Gloves. Here tonight, in his original position as a Yankee, Dave Winfield.
True for me, a little 5'5" Italian who dreamt about playing for the great New York Yankees, and to have it happen, that was unbelievable.
Two outs and 2 on. The Red Sox lead at 2-0 in the 7th inning here at Fenway. Deep to left. Yastrzemski will not get its home run. A 3-run home run for Bucky Dent. The Yankees now lead it by a score of 3-2.
And the 3-2 pitch. Swung on a drill to right field. Going back there on the track at the wall. A game-winning walk-off home run by Derek Jeter. He is Mr. November. This shortstop was a 7-time world champion, 5-time All-Star, the 1950 American League Most Valuable Player, the 1951 World Series Most Valuable Player, and in 1994, he was elected into the Baseball Hall of Fame. After retiring from the field, he continued to be a fixture here at Yankee Stadium for the next 40 years as a Yankees broadcaster. Escorted by Yankees reliever Mariano Rivera and representing her husband Phil Rizzuto, Mrs. Cora Rizzuto. This Yankee shortstop manned the infield here at Yankee Stadium in the late 60s and early 70s. After his playing career was over, he would continue with the Yankees as a scout, coach, manager, and general manager. As an executive, he's been instrumental in building these great Yankee teams since the 1990s. Currently, he is a Yankees senior vice president and special advisor. The Stick, Gene Michael.
here. It could be, it is a home run.
Rulo hits it high and deep to right. Way back. Grand slam. We're going home. Swung on and hit in the air. To deep left. That ball's high. It is far. It is gone. I don't believe it. Once again, deja vu. A two-out, game-tying two-run home run by Scott Brosius. Alex Rodriguez has made Major League Baseball history, the youngest player ever to hit 500 home runs.
This player played the hot corner for 11 seasons here and was a key member of the 1977 and 1978 World Championship teams. During his career at the stadium, he would make 5 All-Star teams, win the 1981 ALCS MVP, lead the league in home runs once, win 2 Gold Gloves awards for his stellar defense. He's part of the lineage of great Yankees third baseman Greg Nettles. Now, this third baseman is one of the best hitters in the history of baseball. He played for the Yankees for 5 seasons, hit .313, won 2 Gold Gloves while in pinstripes. A key member of the 1996 World Championship team, Wade Boggs. Now we have the Yankees third baseman from 1998 through 2001. He was an integral part of the Yankee team that won 3 straight World Championships. In 1998, he was voted to his first All-Star game, won a Gold Glove Award, and was named the 1998 World Series MVP. In his career, he had .314 in the World Series, including one of the most memorable home runs this majestic ballpark has ever seen when he made the Grand Ole Stadium shake with his game-tying home run with 2 out in the bottom of the 9th inning of Game 5 of the 2001 World Series. Scott Brosius.
And I pointed. I said, I'm going to hit the next pitch ball right past the flagpole. Well, the good Lord must have been with him.
Early win faced old pro Hank Bauer, whose vicious line drive was good for 2 bases.
Fastball hit deep to right. This could be it. Way back there. Oh,
Jackson with 4 runs batted in. Sends a fly ball to center field and deep. That's going to be way back, and that's going to be gone. Reggie Jackson has hit his 3rd home run of the game.
The whole crowd is now chanting Paul O'Neill. Wow. What a feeling that must be.
El Como Dulce. Bobby Abreu is sweet as candy.
We start with one of the best fielding right fielders in Yankees history. While playing in Yankee Stadium, he was a 6-time All-Star, 2-time American League MVP, and a Gold Glove Award winner. In 1961, he chased down Babe Ruth, and October 1st of that year, he set a new Major League Baseball record when he hit his 61st home run. Representing his father, Roger Maris, please welcome Randy Maris. Our next legendary right fielder played here at Yankee Stadium for 5 very memorable seasons. During that time, he helped lead the team to 4 divisional titles, 3 American League pennants, and 2 World Championships. On the night of October 18th, 1977, he gave us one of the most unforgettable nights in Yankee Stadium history, when in Game 6 of the 1977 World Series, he smashed 3 home runs in consecutive at-bats and route to being named World Series MVP. Mr. October, Reginald Martinez Jackson. This right fielder would spend 9 seasons patrolling the outfield here at the stadium from 1993 to 2001. During those 9 seasons, he would appear in 4 All-Star games, hit over 306 times, and he led the American League in hitting in 1994. One of the fiercest competitors Yankee fans have ever seen. He was a key member of 4 World Championship teams. The Warrior, Paul O'Neill.
Play for the Yankees once and be on World Championship teams to really be a Yankee, and I think that I'm as much Yankee as any Yankees ever played in the ball club.
This second baseman played for the Yankees in the 1950s. He helped lead them to 5 World Championships, hitting .333 in those World Series. Later, he would become the Yankees manager and lead them to 2 more World Series victories. In all, he was a part of 7 Yankees World Championship teams. Representing his father, Billy Martin, welcome Billy Martin Jr. Our next legend was one of the greatest fielding second basemen in the game, who won the Gold Glove Award 5 years in a row from 1961 to 1965. He played his whole career with the Yankees. He was a reliable player who was in the starting lineup day in and day out. A 3-time world champion, 7-time All-Star. He was the 1960 World Series MVP, had a career average of .305 in the World Series. Please welcome Bobby Richardson. This second baseman spent 13 seasons at Yankee Stadium. He appeared in 5 All-Star games, including the 1977 game that was played here. In 1977, his sacrifice fly in the 9th inning of the deciding Game 5 plated the winning run and sent the Yankees back to the World Series. He also scored the winning run in the 12th inning of Game 1 of the World Series that year. In total, he would win 6 World Championships with the Yankees, 2 as a player, 4 as a coach. A true Yankee, Willie Randolph.
Consider myself the luckiest man on the face of the earth.
And the Moose slams one over the left field fence to put the Yankees way out ahead, 6-2.
And he drives one deep to right. It might be out of here. It could be. It is.
Chris Chambliss has won the American League pennant for the New York Yankees. This one by Mattingly. Oh, hang on to the roof. Goodbye, home run. Don Mattingly.
A grand slam into the upper deck for Tino Martinez.
Hit in the air to deep right center. It's a grand slam. Jason Giambi, the Giambino.
Now we head over to one of the positions that has been home to so many Yankee legends. This legend played first base here from 1954 to 1962. He hit more than 20 home runs 4 times with the Bronx Bombers. In 1961, he was part of the trio that had a total of 143 home runs. He was also a 6-time All-Star. He hit 7 World Series home runs for the Yankees. Ladies and gentlemen, Bill Moose Skowron. This gentleman played first base at the stadium from 1974 to 1979. He was at the heart of the 1977 and 1978 World Championship team lineups. During the 1976 season, he was selected to play in the All-Star game, and then on October 14th of that same year, he set off one of the wildest scenes in this stadium that has been seen a lot of wondrous moments. The Yankees had not been to the World Series since 1964, but with one swing of the bat, he changed all that. Circling the bases as the fans stormed the field, he put the Yankees back in the World Series. Chris Chambliss. This Yankees legend was at first base for 7 seasons in Yankee Stadium. He would help lead them to 4 world titles as one of their leaders on the field and in the clubhouse. Not only did he play flawless defense every night, he produced 2 of the biggest home runs in Yankee Stadium history. First in 1998, his grand slam in the 7th inning of Game 1 gave the Yankees a lead they would never relinquish as they swept to the first of 3 straight championships. Then nobody will ever forget the way he made the stadium shake with his dramatic home run with 2 outs in the 9th inning of Game 4 of the 2001 World Series. Ladies and gentlemen, Constantino Martinez.
Lawrence Peter Barron, known to everyone as Yogi.
As we move to catchers, we start with one of the greatest catchers ever to play the position. He was a Yankee player from 1946 to 1963. He was selected to the American League All-Star team 15 straight years with 14 appearances in the Fall Classic. He played in more World Series games than anyone in history. He's in the top 10 in most Yankee batting categories. And the 10 World Championship teams he won with the Yankees is more than any player in history. He was the catcher with the only perfect game in World Series history. You know him, Lawrence Peter Yogi Berra. catcher was the first African-American player in Yankee history. He made the team in 1955. He'd go on to win 2 Gold Glove awards, the 1963 American League MVP award, and be an important member of 4 World Championship teams. Representing Elston Howard, his daughter Cheryl Howard. Next, he was an 8-time All-Star, 3-time Gold Glove Award winner, 2-time world champion, as well as the 1976 American League MVP. In April of 1976, he was named the 6th captain in Yankees franchise history. Tragically, he passed away in the prime of his career on August 2nd, 1979. And from that date to this, the final game at Yankee Stadium, his locker remains empty. Representing his dad, Thurman Munson, please welcome his son, Michael Munson. Next, we have the catcher from 3 World Championship teams in the 90s. During his career in pinstripe, he caught both a no-hitter and a perfect game here at Yankee Stadium. When the 1996 World Series returned here for Game 6, his 3rd inning triple gave the Yankees a lead they would never relinquish as they won their first World Series title in 18 years and set off a grand celebration here in the stadium. Tonight, he'll be the Yankees manager for the final game. The manager of the New York Yankees, Joe Girardi.
Number 16, Whitey Ford.
Carson looks in. Here comes the pitch. Strike 3. A no-hitter. A perfect game for John Morrison.
Even though Yankee Stadium is known as the house that Ruth built, some of the greatest pitchers in the history of the game have pitched on this mound. And we start with not only one of the greatest pitchers of all time, but he is probably the greatest Yankees pitcher ever. There's a crafty lefty who pitched for the Yankees for 16 seasons. In 1961, he won both the Cy Young Award and World Series MVP. He had a lifetime record of 236 and 106, which gives him the highest winning percentage of any pitcher in the 20th century. He holds the World Series record for wins, consecutive scoreless innings, and strikeouts as he helped the Yankees win 6 world titles. The chairman of the board, Edward Charles Whitey Ford.
In a place like this that has seen so much history, it's hard to narrow down what might have been the most historical event to ever take place here. Well, what this pitcher did has to be considered the single greatest game ever pitched in this grand cathedral. It's possibly the single greatest achievement ever to take place at Yankee Stadium. On October 8th, 1956, he became the only pitcher in the history of the game of baseball to ever throw a perfect game in the World Series. Don Larsen.
This next pitcher was with the Yankees from 1975 to 1979, and in 1975 would lead the American League in wins and throw an outstanding 30 complete games. A 2-time All-Star on pinstripes, he helped lead them to 3 World Series and 2 World Championships. Representing her husband, Catfish Hunter, please welcome Mrs. Helen Hunter.
This relief pitcher was one of the most intimidating and overpowering pitchers that ever stepped on the mound at Yankee Stadium. He had an explosive fastball that ranged between 90 and 100 miles an hour. He's third on the Yankees all-time saves list with 151. He made the American League All-Star team 4 times while wearing pinstripes. This summer, he was inducted into the Baseball Hall of Fame. Rich Goose Gossage.
This left-hander spent his entire 14-year career pitching at Yankee Stadium. In 1978, he had the most dominant season ever by a Yankee when he went 25-3 with a 1.74 ERA. He set the franchise record for most strikeouts in a season and most shutouts in a season. And on June 17th, 1978, he gave this stadium its most electric pitching performance when he set the franchise record with 18 strikeouts in 1 game. He is in the top 10 of almost every Yankees pitching category. Louisiana Lightning, Ron Guidry.
This next pitcher was the ace of the staff of the 1998 World Championship team. He went 18-4 that year, leading the league in winning percentage and shutouts. And on May 17th, 1998, he gave Yankee Stadium another moment that only this cathedral of baseball deserves. It was Beanie Buddy Day at Yankee Stadium, and he treated the fans in attendance to a piece of history when he threw the second perfect game in Yankees history. He would spend 4 seasons with the Bombers and have many more huge victories. The Boomer, David Wells.
Most teams are lucky to have one perfect game thrown in their history. But the Yankees have had 3 pitchers throw a perfect game, all at Yankee Stadium. On July 18th, 1999, a day that Don Larson and Yogi Berra were in attendance, he threw the 3rd perfect game in Yankees history and Yankee Stadium history. In all, he spent 6 years in pinstripes and had a 6-1 record in the postseason. He was a key member of the Yankees' last 4 World Championship teams. Let's welcome David Cone.
Payout pitch. This is it. There it goes. It's out of here. It's deep to right field. This one is going to carry. It is gone. Home run for Bobby Mercer.
Swung on and drilled deep to center field. Doing back Lewis, still back, looking up. See ya! A home run! Bernie Williams!
Johnny Damon gets his 6th hit of the day, a ribby single. Ball game over. Yankees win. The Yankees win! Few, if any, positions have the legacy and prestige that playing center field at Yankee Stadium has. Now it's time to welcome back a few of those greats and their families. We start with a player who spent 18 years manning center field for the Yanks in the 50s and 60s. Not only was he one of the greatest players ever to don pinstripes and step on this field, he was one of the greatest all-around players in the history of baseball. He helped to lead the Yankees to 12 fall classics, 7 world championships, and hold the major league record for the most home runs in World Series play. He played in every All-Star game from 1952 to 1968. He was a 3-time American League MVP. And in 1956, he put together one of the greatest offensive seasons in the history of baseball, when he led the majors in batting average, home runs, and RBIs, making him the last player to win the Major League Triple Crown. Representing his father, the Mickey Mantle, please welcome David Mantle.
This next center fielder followed his hero and mentor Mickey Mantle in center field and enjoyed a long 17-year playing career. He was a 5-time All-Star who appeared in 2 American League Championship Series and 1 World Series. In 1983, he hung up his cleats for the microphone and continued at Yankee Stadium broadcasting Yankee games and becoming a respected broadcaster. He was taken from us this past July. Here to honor the memory of Bobby Mercer, please welcome his wife, Kay Mercer, and his children, Todd and Tori.
We've now come down to our final guest of tonight. I think you may have a hunch who it might be. This Yankee spent 16 seasons patrolling center field to this great ballpark. He ranks in the top 10 in Yankee history in games played, hits, home runs, at-bats, doubles, runs batted in, runs scored, and triples. He was a 5-time All-Star, 4-time Gold Glove Award winner, the 1996 ALCS MVP, and the 1998 American League batting champion. He hit 2 walk-off postseason home runs at Yankee Stadium to help lead the Yankees to 4 World Championships. Number 51, Burn, baby, burn, Bernie Williams.
Now that we have introduced the starting lineup from the first game ever played at Yankee Stadium, as well as some of the former Yankee greats and greatest players in the history of baseball that have called Yankee Stadium home, it's now time for the legendary voice of Yankee Stadium, Bob Shepard, to introduce us to the Yankees starting lineup for the final game at Yankee Stadium tonight.
Your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen. Here is the Yankee lineup. In center field, number 18, Johnny Damon, number 18.
up, huh?
At shortstop, number 2, Derek Jeter, number 2. In right field, number 53, Bobby Abreu, number 53. At third base, number 13, Alex Rodriguez, number 13. At first base, number 25, Jason Giambi, number 25. In left field, number 22, Xavier Nady, number 22. At second base, number 24, Robinson Cano, number 24. The designated hitter, number 55, Hideki Matsui, number 55. Catching number 26, Jose Molina, number 26. And pitching number 46, Andy Pettit, number 46.
Your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen. Will you please rise and remove your caps? Please welcome back the United States Army Field Band, who will now perform our national anthem.
And now, let's introduce a special guest to catch tonight's ceremonial first pitch. A player who's had many great Yankee moments. Please welcome the Yankees catcher, number 20, Jorge Posada.
Ladies and gentlemen, as mentioned earlier, on opening day 1923, Babe Ruth hit the very first home run in the history of this grand stadium. As the stadium's history began with a Ruth, it's only fitting that we close Yankee Stadium with a Ruth. Here to throw the final ceremonial first pitch in the house that Ruth built, escorted by her son, Tom Stevens, please welcome the Babe's daughter, Julia Ruth Stevens. In the house that your father built. Fans, thank you so much for being here with us tonight to celebrate the final game in this historic stadium. And at the end of tonight's game, please remember to stay in your seats for a post-game celebration. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it one more time for all the Yankee legends and for the grand history of Yankee Stadium.
Well, you can't help but get chills from watching that and the people that came out. You mentioned that no place does a big event like Yankee Stadium. It struck me that the night, though, belonged to Bernie Williams.
It's his first time back. You know, Bernie still wants to play. And you can see why guys want to continue to play as long as possible, John.
It was something. When we found out we were coming, we're like, oh my gosh, I know it's Yankee Stadium and all, but now I know why we're here. Yeah. This whole ceremony right here just proves why we're here.
Whitey Ford and Don Larson on the same mound, and during the ceremony, Don Larson reached down and put some of the dirt from the mound into a small bag that went into his back pocket. Types memories that we'll have for the rest of our lives, and hopefully you two at home will. First pitch of the Yankees' last game at Yankee Stadium is coming up in moments. Final thoughts from the home of the 26-time world champions right after this. Welcome back, everyone. Yankee Stadium, and we get just about 60 seconds left. I don't know how in the world you put into words what you've seen today in 45 seconds. You want to try? No. You want to try?
I think Reggie Jackson just came by and said it best. He said it's like I'm losing an old friend. And, this is where the history of baseball started for pretty much everyone since 1923. I don't know. Sad.
What was eerie was seeing Billy Martin, Bobby Mercer, Mickey Mantle's sons out there. I swear they look just like them. I mean, it was almost, I guess the word's ethereal.
Yeah.
It's scary.
They talk about ghosts. There weren't ghosts. They were really living people here, and certainly it conjured up images of the men who once paroled and paraded around these green grass blades. It's a special place, and we'll certainly miss it. We've certainly enjoyed covering it and look forward to making new memories at the new Yankee Stadium. The game will begin on ESPN in just a couple seconds. NHRA Racing here on ESPN2. So long.
To this historic Cathedral baseball, which will soon be gone, but never forgotten.
I won't miss this place. Because it's inside me. Baseball is my life. And this is where I lived it. The whole city came together. Here in the Bronx. A family. And it wasn't all about baseball. Sure, there was the Babe, Jolting Joe, and the Mick. But there was the Pope, the Piano Man, the greatest, and the greatest game ever played. Like the home runs that built it, this place will soon be out of here, gone. History. Only this time, it ain't over when it's over. Because the Yankee Stadium will still be right here. So I'm not going to miss it. I'm not going to dream about perfect games and championships. I'm going to remember them.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Yankee Stadium and the final home game in the 85-year history of this cathedral of sports.
The voice of Yankee Stadium, Bob Shepard, the voice here for 58 seasons. And what would Yankee Stadium be without its voice? We are thrilled that he was able to be a small part of the action in the final game. The big crowd has gathered. They've gone through ceremonies. They've done a month's worth of cheering. As this crowd is electric tonight, they certainly have a feel of the World Series going. This is ESPN Sunday Night Baseball, presented by Taco Bell. And the Yankees play their final game in their home ballpark, this great cathedral of baseball, against the Baltimore Orioles. A very pleasant good evening. I'm John Miller with Joe Morgan and Gammons, Yankee Stadium for the final time, and we welcome you to Sunday Night Baseball. Now, before the first game was played at Yankee Stadium, more than 85 years ago, Babe Ruth said he'd give up a year of his life if he could hit a home run in that game. He did hit one that day. It was the first one. Now, the final game. And who will hit the final home run? Jeter? A-Rod? So far, it's Robinson Cano, who homered on Friday. Joe, you hit a home run here, leading off in the All-Star game in 1977.
Yeah, John, but when I think of Yankee Stadium, I don't think of my accomplishments. I think of all the championships they've won here and all the great players who helped them win those championships. A great example of how great this stadium is, this year's All-Star game had the greatest collection of players than in the major leagues today. But the Yankee Stadium was still the star of the show. There's definitely a mystique here, but I think the mystique comes from the fans. I have never been in a stadium that rocks and rolls like this stadium does during the playoffs. And the big question is, will this mystique transfer next door? Because of the fans, I think it will.
As they said in the 2001 World Series, aura and mystique appearing nightly here at Yankee Stadium. Now, manager Joe Girardi and Paul O'Neill told me before the game, it felt like the World Series tonight because of those fans you're talking about. If you're a Yankee, is this game a must-win like a Game 7?
John, this is not a Game 7. This is not really a must-win situation. I think they're going to play this game because of what we call Yankee pride. Anytime you put on the pinstripes, that raises you a notch. And putting on those pinstripes here for the last time in Yankee Stadium is going to be enough motivation. They're not worried about Game 7 because they are going to be eliminated from the playoffs this year.
So, the Yankees and the Orioles, it's the final game in the storied history of Yankee Stadium. When we come back, Peter Gammons will have a few well-chosen comments about this historic ballpark. And also coming up a little bit later during the telecast, we'll be visited by some of the all-time great Yankees, such as Yogi Berra and Whitey Ford. And Mr. October himself will stop by for a while, Reggie Jackson. Ceremonies before the game, and they were sensational ceremonies. Brought out a few tears, I think. The gates opened earlier today at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and fans were allowed to come in and actually tour the warning track of Yankee Stadium and go out to Monument Park. So a lot of these fans have been here for 6 or 7 hours already. The ceremonies are finished, and now the final game at Yankee Stadium about to begin. We'll be back with the first pitch.
Alone on the floor, still I want to.
ESPN Sunday Night Baseball is presented by Taco Bell. Think outside the bun. And in part by Budweiser. Reach for the perfect balance of flavor and refreshment. Budweiser, the great American lager.
Yankee Stadium filled for the final game, as it has been all this season and all for the last several seasons. The Orioles and the Yankees with the final regular season, and there won't be any postseason this year. Jorge Posada had his camera, the outstanding Yankee catcher for many years, injured at the end of this season, and he went out to Monument Park to take a few photos for his own scrapbook. Peter Gammons is here with us. Peter Gammons has his perspective on the 85-year history of Yankee Stadium.
Well, John, Yankee Stadium could be the setting for the historic video, baseball from World War I right through the 21st century. You could meld all those grainy black and white films of the Babe rounding the bases and the Kodachromes of Joe D. and Yogi and the Mick to the frame-by-frame digital shot of Derek Jeter crashing into the stands against the Red Sox. From the day that Babe Ruth christened it with a home run on its opening day, Yankee Stadium has been the epicenter of the national past for generations, from the Roaring 20s to the Depression, World War II through Korea, the Cold War to 9/11, with world championships in every decade except the 80s. It has the aura of a museum with its monuments, pinstripes, and pennants. Even though the stadium was remodeled for the 1976 season, it retained its presence, so one could sit in the stands and think of its memories and remember why two of sport's greatest movies, Pride of the Yankees and 61, were inspired here. Daydream to those regular season moments. Babe's 60th, Lou Gehrig's Luckiest Man Alive speech, Roger Maris's 61st, called by the scooter, which ensured that the single-season home run record would reside here for 65 years. Dave Rigetti striking out Wade Boggs to complete his no-hitter on George Steinbrenner's birthday, known elsewhere as the 4th of July, and Jeter's fearless crash to beat the Red Sox. For all the regular season memories, generations think of Yankee Stadium and think of October. Of the 84 World Series played since it opened, 37 were played here, 26 won by the Yankees. Some of the greatest memories came from opponents' moments here on the big stage. Al Gianfrido going back to rob Joe D in the 47 World Series. The miracle of Flatbush in 55. George Brett's shot to the third deck to decide the 1980 pennant. The Red Sox ending the curse of the Bambino in 2004. To some, George Bush's march to the mound weeks following 9/11 was unforgettable, followed by 2 nights of ninth-inning comeback home runs. To others, it would be Don Larson's no-hitter. Chris Chambliss' homer to win the 1976 pennant, Reggie Jackson's 3 home runs in the 77 World Series, Aaron Boone's homer to win the 2003 pennant. The house that Ruth built is the house of history, and to anyone who was here for Joe D. or the Mick, Larson or Reggie or Aaron Boone will watch it close tonight, believing it is the greatest sporting venue in the Western Hemisphere. John?
Indeed, and it will be missed. People are excited about this new ballpark, but I think the people who are here speak for a lot of other people when they say, man, we're going to miss this place big time. Derek Jeter and the Yankees take the field for this final game. Jeter, the captain, to shortstop, A-Rod over to third base, who hit his 500th home run in this ballpark last year. And Andy Pettitte takes the mound. An excellent choice for the final game. He's always been a big game pitcher with 14 postseason victories in his career. Pettitte has won 94 of his games in this ballpark, and since it was remodeled and reopened in 1976, only Ron Guidry has had more victories in this park than Andy Pettitte.
Well, you're right, John. He is one of the big game pitchers the Yankees have had over the years. When they were winning world championships, you could always count on Andy Pettitte to be right in the mix. He won game 2 a lot of times after they lost the first game.
Out of the right center field bleachers, a group of fans occupying sections 39 and 37, and they do a chant that is known as the roll call. In the top of the first inning of every game, they chant the name of the center fielder until he responds. Usually tips his cap or waves to him. And then they move through the entire lineup, going from center fielder to left field and all around the infield. And usually not including the pitcher and catcher, because after all, they're a little bit busy by that time. And that is something that you wonder, will that move over to the new Yankee Stadium with them?
I think because of the fans and their enthusiasm for the Yankees, a lot of things will move over next door.
So the first pitch here of the final game will be Andy Pettitte facing the Baltimore Orioles' Brian Roberts. And not only have the crowds come with the loud roar, which we have heard so many times already tonight, and familiar chants, players' names, and "Let's go Yankees," but most of them brought cameras, it seems, to record these final moments, including the first pitch.
There was no way Roberts could swing at that pitch. All the flashes going off all around the stadium.
Johnny Damon acknowledged the call, and there's a strike. Into right field, and back goes Abreu, right on the warning track, just as they were calling out to him from the bleachers, and he was not far from those bleachers when he caught that one.
Number 21, Nick Markakis, right field, number 21.
And now Abreu has acknowledged him. Center field, and that is a base hit for Nick Markakis, the second place hitter for Baltimore. Robinson Cano was being called to there as that base hit went into center field. And Melvin Mora will come up next. So they're part of the action here at Yankee Stadium. And the ball in there for a strike to Melvin Mora. A big curveball from Andy Pettitte.
Well, John, we've been here during the playoffs and World Series when it gets so loud that the stadium actually shakes. I mean, this is a very special place for the fans, especially in the postseason.
Melvin Mora, shallow left field. And here is Xavier Nady. And that is out number 2. 2 down. Let's take a look at the Baltimore Orioles batting order presented by Taco Bell. Is presented by manager Dave Tremblay. It will be Brian Roberts at second, Nick Markakis in right, Melvin Mora at third, Aubrey Huff coming up now, the DH, the cleanup man, Ramon Hernandez, the catcher, Adam Jones, the rookie center fielder, Kevin Millar, the former Red Sox first baseman, hitting 7th at first, Jay Payton at left, and Juan Castro at shortstop, batting 9th against Andy Pettit. Pettit to Huff. A lot of early swinging here. Cano to Jeter. He almost took too long, but they got the force out on Markakis. Now the Yankees will be coming up with Damon, Jeter, and Abreu. Last of the first inning, no score.
He's got room. He's waiting. The Yankee bench on the field. Yankees are the champions.
Hayes waits. The Yankees are champions of baseball.
Ball game over. World Series over. Yankees win. The Yankees win.
He's got it. And the New York Yankees, in the final year of the century, have won their 25th World Championship. At the edge of the warning track, he makes the catch, and the New York Yankees have won the World Series.
And they've won it 26 times, 6 times in the George Steinbrenner era of ownership. Sunday Night Baseball in the final game from Yankee Stadium. The Yankee batting order now presented by Taco Bell. It'll be Johnny Damon in center field. Derek Jeter, the quintessential Yankee. Shortstop, he's the captain. Bobby Abreu, right field. Alex Rodriguez at third base. Jason Giambi, first base. Xavier Nady, a midseason acquisition, left field. Robinson Cano, second base. Hideki Matsui, the designated hitter, and Jose Molina, the catcher, batting 9th. And again, the ballpark sparkles with thousands of camera flashes as the first pitch is thrown to Damon. And that is a foul. This is Chris Waters, 28-year-old rookie who pitched a shutout in his last start Tuesday against the Toronto Blue Jays. And the lefties have given the Yankees some problems this year. And a slider misses to Johnny Damon, 1-2. Now, Bob Shepard, the legendary voice of Yankee Stadium, is not here, not well enough to work these games. But at Derek Jeter's request, Bob recorded an introduction of Jeter. When Jeter comes up, we will hear Bob Shepard. Listen in as Damon is out number 1.
Now batting for the Yankees, number 2, Derek Jeter. Number 2.
So, and Derek was adamant that it was just such a great thrill for him to be announced by Bob Shepard. Even with Bob not here, he still wanted to hear Bob. Bob Shepard is hoping to be back for the new Yankee Stadium next April, and we'll say a few prayers and hope he is back as well. As, again, thousands of camera flashes go off. Ball 1 to Derek Jeter. Bobby Abreu on deck. Jeter, not only with a strong appreciation for Bob Shepard announcing his own name, but in general, what Bob Shepard means to this Yankee ball club and the Yankee franchise. A ball and a strike to Jeter, hitting .304.
John, he was presented an award, Crystal Award today for passing Lou Gehrig for the most hits here at Yankee Stadium by a Yankee. And anytime you pass Lou Gehrig for anything, or Babe Ruth, that's something special.
So Jeter, more hits in the 85 years since this ballpark opened than anybody else. And the ceremony took place just briefly before the game.
That's his mom and his dad and his sister in the background. His mom. His sister was a player as well, a softball player.
Jeter called out on strikes by Angel Angel Hernandez. Well, Derek Jeter did tell us about Bob Shepard, the longtime Yankee PA announcer.
He's the voice of Yankee Stadium. I was a Yankee fan growing up, and you know, I grew up listening to his voice. And you know, last year, you know, he wasn't feeling too well, so I had him record him introducing me, and I said I always want to hear Bob Shepard introduce my name when I'm coming up to hit, and he always will. As long as I'm here playing in New York City, they'll use that recording because he's as much a part of this organization and tradition here as any ball player.
And remember one thing, Derek Jeter is playing hurt. He got hit on his hand in yesterday's ball game, but he wasn't going to miss this final game for anything. But when I talked to him before the game, he kind of shrugged it off, but I could tell that it was bothering him a little bit. In fact, I didn't see him take batting practice because his left hand was taped up.
Bobby Abreu with a count of 1-2. Alex Rodriguez on deck. Now, the Yankees have a lot of guys who can hit home runs. Abreu's one of them. He's got 19 homers. Because that's a question. Who's going to hit the last home run at Yankee Stadium? Abreu has hit 29 in the relatively brief time he's been with the Yankees, and he is called out on strikes.
And you see the great slider that Waters has. He got Jeter, and he also gets Abreu.
No score heading to the second inning. Derek Jeter and the Yankees back on the field. Throughout the game, the ESPN Bottom Line will be highlighting the history of Yankee Stadium through stats, moments, and the legendary figures who made their mark here since 1923. The Bottom Line will also recap the day's Major League action and where the hunt for October stands heading into the season's final week as a result of today's results. I'm John Miller with Joe Morgan and Peter Gammons. Yankee Stadium one last time, and Andy Pettitte with a called strike on the inside to Ramon Hernandez, the veteran catcher. He'll be followed by Adam Jones and then Kevin Millar. Hernandez, 6 home runs. And this Baltimore team, they're a pretty potent lineup. The Orioles have 2 hitters already over 100 RBIs, Aubrey Huff and Melvin Mora. And Nick Markakis, with a hot week, would have an outside shot of reaching 100. So they've got some pop. And Andy Pettitte is riding a personal 5-game losing streak. The curveball is punched foul off the right field line. The ballpark originally built for $2.5 million in 1923 dollars. It took 185 working days to break ground and finish it. And the opener back on April 18th of 1923, they played the Boston Red Sox. Who else? More than 74,000 fans. The ballpark was a little bit different in those days. There were a huge number of fans who were out on the bleachers. They had wooden bleachers at the beginning, and it was well over 500 feet to straightaway center field when the ballpark first opened, but only 295 feet to the right field foul pole as Hernandez is down on strikes. Babe Ruth and the Yankees played that first game in 1923, and the Babe said before the game, said, you know, I would give a year of my life if I could hit a home run in the first game in this new park. The crowd was gathering. By the way, that strikeout was a landmark strikeout for Andy Pettitte, his 2000th career strikeout. The reason for the fans cheering. The batter is Adam Jones, and he takes a called strike. Adam Jones acquired from the Seattle Mariners in the offseason in a very big deal that sent Eric Bedard to Seattle.
Here's a John Hancock's K-zone for that 2000 strike.
One is down the right field line, right off the top of the wall. It takes an odd carom, and Jones, who has excellent speed, digging for third. Jeter cuts off the throw, and Adam Jones has a triple.
An excellent job by Jones, because as soon as he hit the ball, he hustled down the line. Bobby Abreu, of course, couldn't get over it. It bounced away from it. Fastball away, and he goes the other way with it. And he lines it off the short porch in right field, but the carom, now watch, it bounces away from Abreu back towards center field. And by the time he retrieves it, Jones is in at third with a triple.
So that ball was maybe a foot or even less from the top of that wall as Kevin Millar takes ball one in the dirt.
One thing about Andy Pettitte, every time he strikes someone out or gets someone out, he's probably thinking this could be my last out because he's not sure if he's going to play again next year.
And a fastball for a strike. Pettitte was very grateful that the Yankees chose him to start. And he felt like it was a tremendous honor.
Well, I think it is. I mean, he came up through the Yankee farm system. And most of the other starting pitchers that are available now are not, you know, from, you got guys who are not from the Yankee farm system. So I think it was the right choice to have Andy Pettitte start the final game here.
He's one of four remaining players on the Yankees roster who were part of that great run from 1996 through 2000 when they won 4 World Series in 5 years. And the count 2 balls and 2 strikes to Kevin Millar, who's hit 6 home runs against the Yankees this year. Pettitte said it's been weird thinking about this ballpark not being here. Says you're going to drive by the place and it's not going to be there anymore. That misses, and it is 3-2.
Well, it's interesting that Pettitte normally throws the cutter inside and the curveball away. This is a curveball that comes around the plate. You can see it's clearly off the plate outside.
3-2 to Millar. The infield is backed up, normal depth, with a runner at third and 1 out. And the slider is fouled into the batter's box area. Still 3-2. Pettitte said he's going to wait a couple of weeks after the season's over and let the Yankees know whether he's decided to come back or not. He says it's been made clear to him by Joe Girardi that the Yankees want him back for next year. I would think part of this whole thing, Joe, is with 5 straight losses, he wants to make sure that he thinks he's up to it, that he can carry the load and do what he's done before.
Well, it's actually been a period of 10 starts where he's pitched poorly.
And he walks Kevin Millar. We were talking about the very first game here at Yankee Stadium, the one where Babe Ruth said he'd give up a year in his life if he could hit a home run in that very first game. And indeed, as everybody was crowding into the ballpark, more than 74,000, it was Babe who rose to the occasion in the 3rd inning of that game. And that was the very first home run in the history of Yankee Stadium. Never let it be said that Babe Ruth did not have a sense of occasion. Here is Jay Payton, runners at first and third. Broken back, maybe not hit hard enough to be a double play. A-Rod the second one. Cano to first, not nearly in time. And Adam Jones comes in to score on the force out. An RBI for Payton. That's the first run of the night. Babe hit that home run in the first game. And he said something that has, I think, a lot of resonance to this game. He said, I'm very happy to have hit the first home run in this stadium. God only knows who will hit the last.
Well, John, it was only fitting that he would hit the first home run here because, as they say, this is the house that Ruth built, and they built a short right field fence so that he could handle it. Hit a lot of home runs there.
And in fact, a great baseball writer of the time, Fred Lieb, in his story about that very first game, coined the phrase, the house that Ruth built, in his dispatch from Yankee Stadium after that first game. It wasn't so much really the house that he built as it was perhaps the house that was built for him.
Especially the right field.
295 to the right field corner at that time. And to this day, it is a very friendly porch down the right field line, only 314 now in the remodeled version of Yankee Stadium. But even out more towards straightaway right, it was only about 344. Into center field by Juan Castro. A lot of room out there, and Johnny Damon takes it. The Orioles get a run against Andy Pettitte and lead 1-0. Alex Rodriguez, Jason Giambi, Xavier Nady, all 3 home run hitters coming up.
It's the last dance.
Accompanied by Frank Sinatra. An aerial view of Yankee Stadium on its final night. The aerial coverage for Sunday Night Baseball this evening provided by Nikon, at the heart of the image. John Miller, Joe Morgan, and Peter Gammons with you from, as Reggie Jackson used to call it, the big ballpark in the Bronx. And there are 6 monuments out there in Monument Park, including one to Babe Ruth. Got to give him a monument. 714 homers, and the guy who built the ballpark. Actually, the reason they built Yankee Stadium is A-Rod with a count of 1-1. They had been a tenant of the New York Giants National League team across the river in the Polo Grounds, and the Giants told him to get out. John McGraw, the legendary manager of the Giants, said to the owner, says, look, these guys are outdrawing us in our own ballpark. Why don't you tell them to get their own park? And so they said, listen, it's been great, but at the end of the year, why don't you go build your own place? And so Colonel Rupert, the owner of the club at the time, built one right across the river for the Polo Grounds. Bigger and more spectacular. And that is where the Yankees began playing in 1923. And with the exception of a 2-year period when the ballpark was being remodeled, they've been here ever since. Called a strike to A-Rod. He thought he had ball 4 against Chris Waters. So it's a 3-ball, 2-strike count to A-Rod. Which seemed to be a good candidate to hit a home run in this final game. He said 35 home runs for the season.
And John, he and Babe Ruth are the only ones that hit 35 or more home runs, 100 or more RBIs, 100 more runs scored in 12 years. He's done it 12 consecutive years.
3-2 the count. Sunday Night Baseball, one last time from Yankee Stadium in the final game here in the Bronx. And the Orioles have a 1-0 lead. I'm John Miller with Joe Morgan and Peter Gammons. 3-2. And that is off the inside. A little cut fastball from Chris Waters, the rookie. Ball 4. Andy Pettitte, the noted big game pitcher of the Yankees, threw the first pitch of the night, selected for this final game, considering it a great honor. The big crowd, many of them have been here since 1 o'clock this afternoon. The gates were opened and fans were allowed onto the warning track to get a good look at the field itself and into Monument Park. And Joe Girardi, the manager, said before the game he thought it had the feel of a World Series atmosphere here tonight. Jason Giambi into shallow center, and Adam Jones takes it. 1 away. A-Rod holding at first. Let's take a look at our Lowe's home team advantage. The Yankees have hosted 37 World Series in this ballpark, and they won 26 of them. So I suppose you could say they've had the home field advantage. There have been exactly 100 World Series games played in Yankee Stadium, the most in Major League history in any one venue. And lately, this park is packed every day. More than 4 million paid customers for 4 consecutive years. And the new ballpark will be just across the other side, out behind left field, really, and across 161st Street. The new Yankee Stadium that opens next April as Xavier Nady takes ball 1. Nady acquired from the Pirates before the trading deadline. He's got 24 homers, 91 batted in. Down at the bottom of the screen, the new Yankee Stadium. The lights, a little too early to turn the lights on over there just yet. Nady with a foul back out of play. 2 balls, 1 strike. Joe, you played here in the '76 World Series, and that was not a happy memory for the Yankees.
Well, it was for me.
I guess they were happy just to get there. That was a long drought for those Yankees. They had not been to the World Series since 1964. It was one of the worst periods for the Yankees, especially in the mid to late 60s. It's Nady with a swinging strike, and it's 2-2. George Steinbrenner bought the ball club 1973, and it was then that the Yankees, once they moved into this new ballpark, began a stretch of going to the World Series. They were in 3 straight World Series, starting in '76, the year this ballpark reopened. And then they won it in '77 and '78. Inside to Nady, and it's 3-2.
Back in '77 and '78, they beat my good friend Tommy Lasorda team from Los Angeles.
Tommy doesn't seem to have good memories of that. 3-2 the count with A-Rod at first, 1 out. A-Rod is running. And backhanded by Millar. His only play is to first. So A-Rod over to second. Nady retired. 2 down in the second inning. This guy Waters looks pretty tough so far.
Well, he's got a little cut fastball, a little slider, change up. He's got all the pitches that a crafty left-hander will throw. 2-seam fastball, 4-seam fastball. Doesn't throw a lot of curves, but he throw a lot of sliders, especially to left-handed hitters.
He's a longtime minor leaguer. Began his professional career in 2000. This is his 9th professional season and getting his first look in the big leagues. Waters making his 10th big league start. Robinson Cano off the fists and caught by Brian Roberts. Nice play, and the inning is over. 1-0 Baltimore ahead. Top of the order, Roberts, Markakis, and Mora against Andy Pettitte when we come back.
Sunday Night Baseball, presented by Taco Bell. Brought to you by Chevy and American Revolution. And Nikon, at the heart of the image.
Back at Yankee Stadium in the final game, and it is 1-0 Baltimore leading as Andy Pettitte goes back to work. Against the top of the Baltimore batting order, it is Brian Roberts, the leadoff man, and a good one. And he takes a count of 1 ball and 1 strike now as we, in the booth, we're trying to make room for a couple of the all-time greats. A couple of the players, a couple of the names that are associated with this ballpark that helped make this such a famous ballpark, Joe.
Well, they're more at home than we are, so this is their home.
This is their home ballpark, that's for sure. We're talking about Hall of Famers Yogi Berra and Whitey Ford. And Yogi Berra, who is an MVP more than once and a perennial all-star. Yogi, welcome. And Whitey Ford, maybe the greatest pitcher in the history of the Yankees.
Thank you.
Was Whitey the greatest pitcher ever for the Yankees?
Not bad.
I have to ask you guys following me around? I just saw you up in Cooperstown, so now here you are following me around. So it's great to see you guys, of course.
I like this. This is nice.
Yeah, it is, right. You got a good view up here. Hey, Whitey, I tell people I have the second best job in the world. The only job better is out there on the field playing. I can't do that anymore, so I have the next best thing. So now you're up here enjoying it with us.
Now, before the game, Whitey, they showed, they honored Don Larson. He had the perfect game in the World Series.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, well, how come you never did that?
It's a no-hitter?
Yeah, in the World Series.
No.
Well,
I had a couple of one-hitters. But speaking about Don's game, the pitching coach, Jim Turner, sent me down the bullpen in the 5th inning when Don was pitching. And I warmed up every inning because he says, you know, Don gets a little tired in the late innings.
That's a pretty good story right there.
That is a great story. Nick Markakis is there. How about Andy Pettitte for this game? I mean,
I'd like to see him even up on this game today. Let's see if we could hold him down. He's having a little tough luck, but he's still got some good stuff.
Well, he does have good stuff. I'm surprised that he has lost 5 consecutive games.
There he goes.
Roberts, the base stealer, and from his knees, Molina throwing to second, but not nearly in time. A great jump for Roberts and a steal.
You usually don't get a good steal off of Pettitte.
Pettitte has one of the best moves in the game.
Right.
Now, when Whitey Ford was pitching, did he give you a chance to throw out base stealers?
Yeah, he learned how to get the pick off in Japan.
Yeah.
Who taught you?
I practiced it in Japan because the umpires didn't even know what a ball was. And I kept fooling around with it, and I finally I got a good move to first. And not that I picked that many off, but they didn't try, steal. They sort of stick around first base when I was pitching.
Sometimes they say that the umpires don't know when Pettitte is balking either.
Yeah.
He has that quasi step to first to the plate and throw over to first base.
Yogi Berra and Whitey Ford here with us. The ball back out of play. 2 balls and a strike.
Well, both of you guys visit the stadium often. I know you do, Yogi, because every time I'm here, you're here. And Whitey, I mean, how far and how often do you get to Yankee Stadium?
Well, Let me just say something first. I was born in New York City.
Okay.
66. When I was 11 years old, I came to with my father and my uncle to sit in the bleachers, and it was the first game. And Joe DiMaggio went 1 for 8. He got a single, and he hit 7 balls to left center field over 400 feet and went 1 for 8.
Well, it was 457 feet to left center.
Right.
461 or 463 to straightaway.
Yeah. 410 in right center. Down the lines was, always short.
Yeah.
Did you ever see anybody hit a home run to straightaway center in those days?
Yeah, Larry Doby.
Yeah.
Doby hit it in center field.
I know Mickey hit the facade up there on the top thing.
Down the right field line.
Yeah.
No, over there. Right up there.
Up where the lights are.
So it was more toward right
It was
side.
called a facade or something, and they hit it. And
That's the remnants of the facade now, but it used to be on the rooftop of the ballpark above the third deck.
Run around.
Right, yeah.
They say that may be the closest anybody's ever come to actually hitting one completely out of Yankees.
Exactly. Yeah, you're right.
So this must have been a good part to pitch in if you could make him hit to the big part of the yard.
Yeah. Pitch low and don't let them pull the ball.
Morgan, see, he's a pull hitter.
Now, was Yogi, did he call a good game?
Very
good. Did you have to shake him off all the time?
Never.
Never.
If I ever shook him off, he'd come running out to the mound after me.
He did one
know
day.
what?
I tell him that story. You know, throw the slow curve. I called for a curveball, and he throws a slow call. I said, stick that thing up your...
Yeah. And I never threw it again. And Yogi, I really trusted him because he knew the hitters, and I very seldom shook him off. But, he's a
Yogi,
good catcher.
were you talkative back there? A lot of catchers talk to the hitters.
Yeah, I talked a lot to the hitters, but I never talked when the ball was on the way, Joe. I really did.
Well, I hope not.
No, I did. I like when the catcher talked to me. It made me relax more. I'm not kidding you.
Right.
I enjoyed it. I talked to him like Ted Williams. I said, "Where you going to dinner tonight?" And all them guys.
And did he like that?
No, he'd tell you to shut up, dude.
3-2 the count and another
He
foul.
concentrate on hitting too much.
There was one story I heard that Hank Aaron was hitting one time, and he had the label up. You say you can't hit with the label up, and you said you turn it down, so so you can't read the label. And he says, "I'm not up here to read, so don't worry about it."
3-2 the count to Markakis with a runner at second. Nobody out. Andy Pettit. A little bit of a jam. Big hitters coming up for Baltimore. In the third, the Orioles lead 1-0 already. And a pop-up on the right side. And it's going to be Cano. There is one away. Yogi Berra is here with us, Whitey Ford. Now, in Game 1 of the World Series back in '55, Jackie Robinson stole home. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at what happened. Jackie Robinson. Yogi's the catcher.
Yeah. He didn't steal home.
Jackie Robinson, runner at third base, takes his lead. And Robinson's going to try to steal home. He is safe at home plate. Yogi Berra's going crazy. Berra thought he had him, but Jackie Robinson has stolen home.
Hey, Yogi, I must admit, it looked like his foot got the front of the plate just before you dropped on it.
No.
What was the score of that game, Yogi? Do you remember?
We were losing 5.
We were losing?
Yeah.
But now the Yankees came back and won the game. Now, who was the pitcher? It was Game 1. You were the pitcher? Whitey Ford was the pitcher?
Mm-hmm.
And you let him steal home?
I could see he was out. Yogi agreed with me.
Yogi, the play.
That's a base hit to right field for Melvin Mora. And coming around to score is Brian Roberts. Now it is 2-0. The Orioles in front of the Yankees. I want to go back and look at this tag again because we kind of think maybe Jackie was safe.
No, he wasn't.
Well, see, the plate's out here.
Yeah, but Yogi had tagged him before.
That's my glove.
Oh, he tagged him before that. Okay.
But the funny part, Phil Rizzuto told us from shortstop he could see that Jackie Robinson was safe.
Right.
And years later, we found out that Phil wasn't even playing that.
That's Phil, right?
In fact, we were on Tim Russett's show recently. We lost Tim. And it was on his show because he kept telling Yogi and I that Jackie Robinson was safe, and Rizzuto agreed with him.
This is Aubrey Huff, the hitter, with a runner at first. A run is in, 2-0. The Orioles leading the Yankees, facing Andy Pettitte. Yogi Berra is here with us, along with Whitey Ford. And Yogi, Whitey won 10 World Series games. He had a stretch where, with 2 straight World Series, nobody ever scored 4 starts. Now, why was he so tough? What made him that good?
Charlie Silvera was catching those games. No, Yogi he really was a great catcher for me. I mean, I very seldom, shook him off.
Whitey's had 3 different curveballs. You had the overhand curve, and then he gave you the 3/4, then the sidearm, especially against left-handers. And left-handers couldn't touch him that much. I'm telling you.
Joe, I pitched against
Yes,
you.
you did.
Said
I was getting ready to say I got to face you once.
You got a hit, right?
I don't know. I can't remember. I doubt it. I have to tell you the truth. I was so excited to face you. Yeah. It didn't matter because I'd watched on television as a kid, watching you guys win all those world championships. And for me to play against the mighty Yankees my first year in spring training in the big leagues, it was like unbelievable to me. I can't remember anything except, playing against you guys. Yeah.
I really think you got a base hit in Houston. It was spring training, though.
It was spring training.
I gave up a lot of hits.
spring training. Yeah, it was spring training. I wanted to ask you guys, you had so many fond memories here, but I know as a player, there's usually one thing, one memory that just stands out in my mind about, a game, at a World Series game or whatever. Your first World Series game, what do you remember about that? I mean, you weren't the big star yet. What was your first memory?
I came up July 1st from Kansas City, which was our AAA farm team, and we had won the first 3 games, and Casey let me pitch the 4th game. And we were winning 4-0 in the 9th inning with 2 out. And they had a line drive to Gene Woodling. It wasn't an easy catch, but anyhow, he dropped it, and they wanted a run scored. And then Casey brought Allie Reynolds in to pitch the last batter. But that was my first recollection and my first World Series I ever got to pitch in.
Your first World Series, Yogi, as a hitter?
Well, it wasn't bad. I hit the first pitch hit a home run in 47.
Yeah.
But we won it.
So the first
no-hitters, a lot of people say, like Bill Bevins had a no-hitter going in the 9th inning. Had 2 outs, and we lost the game.
Bill Bevins had a no-hitter and given up a run. He walked about 10 guys,
didn't he? But he still had a no-hitter.
And then Cookie Lavagetto hit one off the right field wall.
As a pinch hitter.
As Red Barber said, here comes the tying run, and here comes the winning run. So not a great memory for the Yankees, though. I mean, he had a no-hitter, and all of a sudden he lost it on the 1 hit he gave up. That's the final out of the inning. Ramon Hernandez hits into the force play. It's now 2-0 Baltimore as we go to the last of the 3rd. Yogi Berra and Whitey Ford, 2 of the best to ever play the game here at Yankee Stadium or any other venue, are with us. We'll be back.
I heard the cheers. I felt the crowd race to its feet. I won't miss this place because it's a part of me.
Yogi Berra, number 8, the legendary Yankee Hall of Famer, and we're here for the final game at the historic ballpark in the Bronx with both Yogi Berra and Whitey Ford as Hideki Matsui, a legendary home run slugger, formerly of the Tokyo Giants, who wanted to play for the Yankees. He didn't want to just come and play big league ball here. He wanted to play for the Yankees in the big ballpark in the Bronx.
He's had pretty good years with this. He's got that bad knee now, and Joe wanted to get his operation, but he said, I want to play the last game in Yankee Stadium.
So, from another country on the other side of the world, another culture, and yet this place resonates with him big time.
Big time.
Well, you're speaking of bad knees, one of the greatest players in the history of the game, Whitey, Mickey Mantle. He had bad knees. What do you remember about Mickey?
I just remember how many games he played really hurting, and he'd go in the dressing room and he'd be pulling his pants up, and his 2 knees would be just taped up, and he was amazing. He had so much courage, and he He really played hurt most of the time.
You were pretty good friends with Mickey, right? Why do you? I mean, sometimes you go out to dinner with him and whatnot?
Once in a while, yeah. Billy Martin would join us once in a while.
What do you mean once in a while? You know, he got away with murder.
Why did?
You know, they all thought, we sit down for dinner. They all thought, who is this guy sitting with you? They thought he had white hair.
Base hit to right field for Matsui, and Jose Molina will be coming up. Now, in 1956, we were talking about Don Larson pitching the perfect game. So we want to go back and remember the final out. Who was the batter for the final out?
Dale Long.
Dale Long was at the plate, and there was Larson. Just needed one more strike for a perfect game. Have a look here.
2 strikes and a ball. Mitchell waiting, stands deep, feet close together. Larson is ready, gets the sign. Here comes the pitch. Strike 3. Man, oh man, how about that? A perfect game for Don Larson.
I threw more pitches in the bullpen than he did that whole game.
Let's get that correct. It was Dale Mitchell.
Dale Mitchell.
Yeah, not Dale Long. I knew it was a Dale in there someplace.
Molina's got a base hit into center field. And Matsui will go to second and hold on. So the Yankees get their first 2 hits here against Chris Waters. 2 men on, and Johnny Damon is coming up. Now, Don Larson was here tonight, introduced before the game, went out to the mound, and he wanted to save some dirt.
He did. He put it in the pocket or something.
That's my hand there. I was helping him.
So you were helping.
Where's yours? You didn't take any?
I didn't have nothing to put it in. Honestly, put it in your back pocket.
I wanted to take home plate.
No. Here is Johnny Damon with 2 men on and nobody out. First real big threat for the Yankees against Waters. The Yankees are trailing 2-0 as we're visited by Yogi Berra and Whitey Ford. Now, you jumped into Larson's arms, Yogi.
Yeah. Why? It's never happened in the World Series.
I would think he would jump in your arms. You're the big catcher. But you jumped in his arms. His arm is all tired.
You know, he pitched with 3 days rest. You know, he got knocked out in the second game. We had a 6-run lead and he got beat with a 6-run lead. And he came in and pitched on a 3 days rest and pitched a no-hitter. Larson could throw pretty good. I don't know if you ever faced him.
Now look at that. His arm is hurting him, and you're jumping it. I mean,
well, that's close.
You got your equipment on.
That's his last game.
So he had the whole winter to recuperate. All right. As Damon takes the ball.
I asked Whitey about Mickey Mantle, and he gave his thought. What are your memories of Joe DiMaggio?
Joe?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Joe was the best I've seen. I'm not kidding.
Right.
You know, Willie Mays, we didn't get to see him a lot. I know he was great outfield. But you see these guys slide for balls, Joe?
That ball in deep right field. That ball is a home run. Johnny Damon, a 3-run homer into the Babe Ruth home run porch. And the Yankees have gone ahead 3-2. th home run of the year for Johnny Damon.
Well, the pitch was down. Let's take a look at K-zone. So you can see the pitch is down at the bottom of the strike zone. And it looked like that little cut fastball, but it didn't do enough.
So here is Derek Jeter to right field. Deep. And caught on the run by Markakis just in front of the wall out there. Now that home run for Damon, maybe we have to call it the house that Damon built because he took advantage of it's a short porch out there.
Well, Jeter, let's take a look at Damon's ball. And that is in the short part of the...
Just barely over the wall.
I wish I had all them foul balls I hit down there.
Talking about DiMaggio.
Well, I remember, you see these guys slide for balls, Joe.
Yeah.
Joe never slid for a ball. Everything was right there. I played outfield with him. And he told me, anytime I hear your voice, you got the ball.
Okay.
If I don't hear you, get the hell out of the way.
All right, that's good advice.
And you know, I always ran out to the outfield, never walked. I never seen a man walk out to the outfield. Always ran in. He got me one day. What is it they're doing 90 feet down at first base?
What?
He said, you better run them balls out.
Center field by Abreu, and under it is Jones. Now, after the very first game here, 1923, the Babe hit the first home run here in Yankee Stadium. After the game, he said, I'm very happy to have hit the first home run. God only knows who will hit the last. Johnny Damon now is a candidate.
Right. Never thought of that.
So,
I'm going to go out on a limb. I think we'll see another one before the night's over.
2 down, and here is, well, A-Rod's certainly capable. Who do you think is going to hit the last home run, Yogi? Who's your pick?
Well, he's got a good chance.
A-Rod?
Yeah.
All right, how about you, Whitey? Who's going to hit the last one?
Derek Jeter.
Jeter.
Yeah.
Well, that would certainly be the fans' idea of the perfect final home run. That's for sure.
Yogi and I met Yogi here in 1946. September 46. Yogi and Bobby Brown were brought up from Newark, our farm team, and that was their first day with the Yankees. And I signed that day out of high school. I went to high school near here. And the scout that signed me, Paul Critchett, he called Bobby and Yogi over to meet me next to the dugout. And this is how we were introduced. Larry, this is Eddie Ford, and this is Bobby Brown. Sorry. And I was Eddie, and somehow we got Yogi and Whitey thrown in later on.
You know, speaking of that, who gave you the nickname Chairman of the Board?
Bobby Hoffman.
All right.
Played with the Giants. And he's the one. We played American Legion ball together. And we didn't have no dugouts, Joe. When we played, we sat on the ground. I always had my arms crossed.
No. She's talking about Chairman of the Board.
Him. I'm talking about Whitey. Who gave him that nickname? Whitey, you give yourself that nickname.
I couldn't even pronounce
it. Who gave you? Who did? Who gave you that?
Nicky call you Chairman of the Board?
No.
Or else?
I don't know who gave me the name. I know it wasn't Mickey.
There wasn't Mickey?
He didn't know Chairman. No, that's too long a word for him.
Hey, you did, before you guys go, you mentioned Willie Mays.
Yeah.
You didn't see him a whole lot.
Yeah.
From what I heard, Whitey, you saw him a little bit too often.
He killed me.
You couldn't get him out.
Yeah. I got him out when I had to in San Francisco.
That's right. You struck him out looking in the first inning at Candlestick Park in the All-Star game.
I had to cheat a little to do it, but
you didn't cheat, Whitey. But you had a lot of money riding on it. You and Mickey Mantle with Horace Stone and the owner of
we
that.
owned Horace. We owed him $800, and if I got Willie out, we didn't have to pay him nothing. That was for our green fees. Mickey and I had played golf at his course.
At the Olympic Club.
Yes.
Yeah.
Olympic, yeah,
but if he'd gotten a hit,
we had to pay $400 apiece. We had to give it to Horace.
So when you struck out Willie, and he knew you'd done something to the ball.
Yeah.
Then he got a little upset.
Willie couldn't get upset at me the way he used to hit me, so I finally got him.
Finally get him out once.
But the funny part was Mickey's running in from center field clapping. And Willie's still on the ground. The pitch I struck out, he fell on the ground. He thought it was going to hit him.
He thought it was going to hit him.
Yeah.
All right.
And he's coming by, and I hear Willie say, "What's that crazy guy laughing about?" I mean, Mickey was happy.
They saved him $400, huh?
Yeah. So, well, you told him. So Willie a little upset that he's laughing at him, but when he found out that he just made him a lot of money, I guess he understood. Jason Giambi, the hitter.
I think you were talking about Roger Maris. Maris was a good outfielder.
Right.
He could run for a big guy. He had a good arm. There's one position he would never play. Is left field.
Oh, he would? Because
when Mickey got hurt when I was manager 64, he told me I'll play center field, but I won't play left. And he did a good job for me. He just didn't like left field. That's a tough left field, boy.
In the daytime, that sun, really a sun
You get
field.
the shadow, too. It's tough.
Well, I was told, I read a story about Mickey Mantle, how he hurt his leg the first time he stepped in one of those drainage sticks out there.
But Tommy Henry taught me how to play that out there, the drainage. The left-handed hitters just stand about 2 feet from the drainage on its side, and right-handers play on the other side of it.
Now, Whitey, you said you saw your first game here when you were
11 years old.
Late 30s, DiMaggio's team. And those were some great Yankee teams. They won 4 straight World Series at the end of the 30s.
I told you that it was a doubleheader. I'm not repeating myself, am I?
No, DiMaggio was 1 for 8.
Oh, I did.
He hit 7 balls to the 457.
And to finish it, I went to Ebbets Field a few weeks later with the school, and I looked at the signs. It was 374 to left center, 340. I said, Joe DiMaggio would have had 6 home runs if he was playing.
Ciampi gets the walk.
I mean, there was that old age argument all the time. If Ted Williams would have played in Yankee Stadium and Joe DiMaggio would have played in Fenway Park,
right?
How many home runs would they have hit? You know, in the short porches.
Fenway Park, Joe wouldn't have hit good there.
Okay,
because he hit
line drive.
His ball didn't start to go up like that. Yeah. St. Louis, Brooklyn would have been good for him. Philadelphia, the old Park, Philly.
You saw DiMaggio here, Whitey. And was he your favorite Yankee when you were a kid?
Yes, absolutely.
All right.
I didn't even know any of the other guys. I just liked Joe DiMaggio.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I was a St. Louis boy.
You were from St. Louis?
Medwick was my idol.
Ducky Medwick.
Right.
I'm looking here that Joe had 9 World Series championships. Yogi, you got 10, right? Whitey, you have 6, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, 6. I read it. You have 6. Yogi has 10.
But Whitey, you signed. I was a speaker at the New York Baseball Writers Dinner years ago, and you were presented the Toast of the Town Award, and Joe DiMaggio presented you the award, and he said, without you in 1950, the year you first came up, they wouldn't have won the pennant, even going to the World Series that year. Paid you a compliment.
Well, I won 9 straight games, and I think we only won by 1 or 2. We beat, I don't know who was second. But
I think it was Boston, probably.
We only beat them by 1 or 2 games, and we got in the series. So.
That's okay, Whitey. No one remembers who finishes second.
But now you got up, and you'd been paid this great compliment by DiMaggio. Yeah. You got this award, and you said, man, this is such a big deal. When they asked me if I'd come up for the Toast of the Town Award, I thought it was probably a group of bartenders or something.
That's what I thought it was. I thought they were pulling a joke on me.
Is he telling all the 4 hits, 4 runs?
Oh, here in the stadium. The first pitch in Chicago, I'm sorry. The first pitch I throw, Louis Aparicio hits a double. Nellie Fox gets up, hits a bunts, beats it out. I hit Minoso in the neck with a pitch, so I've thrown 3 pitches, and the bases are loaded. Blazewski hits one off the right center field wall, 3-run score. I've thrown 4 pitches. Casey comes out to the mound, and he says to Yogi, does Ford have anything? And Yogi says, I don't know, I haven't caught a pitch yet.
Yogi Berra, Whitey Ford, 2 of the best to ever play the game. Many thanks guys.
By. Always good to see you guys.
2 Hall of Famers, part of the festivities and part of the bittersweet aspect of the final game at Yankee Stadium.
These little town blues.
The Yankees' winning tradition, and it has continued under the watchful eye of the boss, George Steinbrenner. And Peter Gammons with more on the Yankees' winning tradition.
John, Babe Ruth built the stadium and intertwined the worlds of baseball and entertainment. George Steinbrenner is closing it, having taken Yankee entertainment to the billion-dollar stage of the 21st century. Steinbrenner's share in the $8.7 million purchase of the Yankees in January 1973 was $800,000, less than the cost of 4 box seats in the new stadium. What then was less than a $10 million business is now, with the YES Network and all the ancillary interests, worth between $3 and $3.5 billion. Hal Steinbrenner simply says his father is the Yankees. George's leadership restored the Yankee legacy with 6 world championships and 10 pennants under his watch. 2008 will likely end a string of 13 consecutive postseason appearances, but still have drawn 4 million fans to the stadium for the 4th straight season. Steinbrenner's development of the Yankee brand transcended baseball as he hosted Saturday Night Live and appeared on Seinfeld, transcended sports ownership, and became the model for Steinbrenner copycats in every sport. Oh, he busted and fired Yogi Berra 16 games of the 85 season, hired and fired Billy Martin 5 times, called Dave Winfield Mr. May, and seemed addicted to the front and back pages of the New York tabloids. When his day comes in Cooperstown, he will be remembered as the boss who grew the Yankees and baseball itself from millions into billions with never a dull moment to distract attention away from George's Yankees.
The George Steinbrenner era. They won 6 World Series, and I think Yankee fans are, at this point, almost unanimous in their affection for George. And it wasn't done here with this franchise.
And it wasn't always that way. No. But George won them over by winning championships and showing the people that all he really wanted to do was have the Yankees win.
1-2 the count to Adam Jones, who had a triple. He almost had a home run down the right field line back in the 2nd inning. 3-2. Pettit and the Yankees are ahead now. And that slider's bounced foul over to the Baltimore dugout. A ball and 2 strikes.
You know, when you speak of George, I always think of the fact that, you know, him as a businessman, he always put his money back into his ball club. He made a lot of money here in New York, but he put it back in his ball club, and a lot of people got upset because he was paying a lot for free agents. But he wanted to win, and he put the money right back into his business.
Nice play by Derek Jeter to get the fleet-footed Jones, and there is one away. And thanks to Yogi Berra and Whitey Ford, who came on with us. Yeah, George Steinbrenner came in when the Yankees, after they went to the World Series in '64, not only did not go again until 1976, they fell into the depths of despair in the mid-'60s, 65, 66. Red Barber televised a game here late in, or was the broadcaster on a telecast late in the '66 season, and they had the actual official paid attendance, Joe, of 413. Not 1,413, just 413. And some felt that Red got fired because of that game. He kept telling the director, you got to get a shot at the stadium. We got 2 teams that are down in the standings. That's not the story. The story is that nobody's here, the smallest crowd ever at Yankee Stadium. But they wouldn't show the shot. And in fact, they were telling him, we don't want you talking about it. He said, well, I'm going to talk about it. It's the story. When that season was over, Red Barber was given a pink slip. And that was the end of Red Barber as a broadcaster for the Yankees.
I guess he shouldn't have talked about it. Listen to the producers, right?
2-2 the count. I never heard you talk like that before. 2-2 the count to Kevin Millar, who walked his first time. But suffice it to say, the Yankees went way south. It was a 10-team league at the time. They finished 10th one year. That's a base hit past A-Rod. And Millar, as the ball is dug out of the corner by Nady, has himself a double. So 1 out and 1 on for the Orioles, a runner in scoring position in the 4th inning. Fans joined Major League Baseball in its efforts to help victims of the devastation caused by Hurricane Ike by donating to the Gulf Coast Ike Relief Fund. Log on to www.ghcf.org or MLB.com to help those in need. Together, we can make a difference. Derek Jeter, who has not had a hit tonight, although he sent one back to the wall in the 3rd inning, the right field wall, in front of the short porch, caught by Nick Markakis. Johnny Damon hit a 3-run homer just prior to that in the 3rd inning. And so far, Damon has the last home run at Yankee Stadium. The Babe hit the very first one in the very first game. Pettit barehands it. Not in time. Jay Payton still runs pretty well. Beat that one out.
Great hustle by Payton, because a lot of times you check your swing, you're falling away, and you do not get out of the box well. But a good job of hustling there. Now you see, look, and he's running right straight down the chalk line. That gets you there as quickly as possible.
Looks like a good call by Marty Foster.
Well, he got a little help from Jay Payton.
Payton was doing some umpiring there.
Yeah, he
trying to put that
hands,
safe vibe in the mind of the umpire. So with runners at first and second. And why is Millar still at second, by the way? Here is Juan Castro, the ninth place hitter, and a big curveball for a strike. I would have thought he'd been able to easily move up on that little dribbler. 0-1 the count. Brian Roberts, the leadoff man, is on deck. We mentioned Damon's home run tonight, as we wonder who will hit the last home run in Yankee Stadium history. There have been so many huge home runs hit here as Giambi makes the grab. One of the most famous was hit to win the pennant for the Yankees against Kansas City in the American League Championship Series in 1976.
Delivers high drive. Hits it right center field. That's gone. It is go. Chris Chambliss has won the American League pennant for the New York Yankees. A thrilling, dramatic game with overtones of that great sixth game in the World Series a year ago, and then the seventh game too. What a way for the American League season to end.
John, I was at home watching that game on TV. We'd already won our National League Championship, and I was hoping that the Yankees would win so I'd get a chance to play at Yankee Stadium.
Foul ball out of play by Brian Roberts. That was Howard Cosell and Keith Jackson were broadcasting that game on ABC that night.
I thought it was only Howard.
Mostly Howard.
That's what it sounded like, mostly Howard.
Brian Roberts is flied out deep to right, and he was safe on an error in the third inning, stole a base, and scored a run. 2 men on, 2 men out. The Yankees leading the Orioles 3-2. That put the Yankees into that World Series against the Big Red Machine.
Yeah.
And Reggie Jackson joined Keith Jackson and Howard for the telecasts of the World Series. And your Reds swept the Yankees in that World Series. And Reggie mentioned a few times in the telecasts, you know, the one thing the Yankees really are missing is a big bopper in the middle of that lineup. A guy who's, the Reds have Perez and Bench and some real big home run and RBI guys. The Yankees need one of those. They've got some other good hitters. They need that big guy. He didn't say they need that straw to stir the drink or anything like that, but and then who did the Yankees go out and get in that offseason? Reggie Jackson. We're going to be visited by Reggie a little bit later in the telecast. Right now we're in the fourth inning, 3-2. The Yankees are leading the Baltimore Orioles. 0-2 the count. Pettit in a jam with 2 men on. That's into right field, a base hit. Millar's going to be waved home. Abreu throws home. Not in time. And it's tied up. Pretty good job of hitting there by Brian Roberts on a tough 2-strike pitch.
Well, the one thing a right-handed hitter should do is try to stay back through the middle or the other way against left-handed pitching. He gets jammed a little bit. It's a cutter in. He jams him, but he's fighting it off the other way. If he tries to pull that ball, he breaks his bat. Good job of hitting, as you said, by Brian Roberts, who is definitely a good hitter. Roberts came into the game hitting .298. And there's a throw home by Abreu. It's always tough to score from on a ball hit the right field.
And Abreu, who's got a pretty strong arm.
Well, they place those shallow in right field that a lot of times hard line drives get there to the outfielder so quickly. And you can see the right field is short, as we mentioned.
Still 2 men on for Baltimore. We saw that cutter by Pettit right on the inside corner of the plate to Roberts on the John Hancock K-zone shot. And Markakis hustling up the line, put out by Giambi. This game is tied. Andy Pettit and the Yankees in a 3-3 tie now to the last of the fourth. Yankee Stadium opened in 1923, and tonight, September the 21st, 2008, the final game. And there's not going to be any postseason for the Yankees this year. The Yankees are not destined for that in their final year, which is sad, but it does reinforce the notion that this is the last game, not the last regular season game. This is the last game. They have not officially been eliminated, but
we have to wait. They're not mathematically eliminated, but you have already eliminated.
I eliminated.
Okay.
I'm John Miller with Joe Morgan and Peter Gammons. As Yankees did, we were looking at some of those monuments and the plaques of the great players. We were visited by Whitey Ford and Yogi Berra earlier in the telecast. We've got a 3-3 game going here. Johnny Damon in the ballpark that Babe Ruth christened with a home run in the very first game in 1923. Johnny Damon has hit a home run here tonight. But another part of Yankee Stadium back in the 30s, it became a vital part of Negro League baseball history in July of 1930. And a player who played a little bit later on, but many times played here at Yankee Stadium as second baseman for the Philadelphia Stars, Malin Duckett. He played against such great players as Satchel Paige, Jackie Robinson, Buck Leonard, Buck O'Neill, Judy Johnson. He was managed by Oscar Charleston. These were some of the greatest players in the game at that time, but not allowed to play in Major League Baseball. African-American players were excluded. And Malin Duckett is here tonight and standing by with Peter Gammons. Peter?
Well, John, Malin, what was it like when you came in here with the Philadelphia Stars and you played in Yankee Stadium in front of 40 and 50,000 people? What was it like?
Well, my first time here, I was still a kid. I was right out of high school. And I never played in any Major League ballpark. And I know when I walked out on this field and I saw all the people, I just had, I guess, I don't know, I know I was nervous. Plus the fact, I said, here I am in Yankee Stadium, the greatest ballpark in baseball. And they had so many great ball players. In those days, you know, we didn't have Jackie Robinson or anything because it was a segregated league. And I just couldn't imagine myself as a second baseman playing second base. I got out there, my favorite Major League second baseman was Charlie Gurringer of the Detroit Tigers. So when I was standing on second base, I said, I'm standing out here on the same spot where Charlie Gurringer always played. Then he had the Joe Gordons and so forth. But it was, what a great feeling. That was my first time because we played so many times after that, and I sort of got used to it. But we always had anywhere between 40 and 50,000 people on Sunday.
Tell me about the home run off Satchel Paige here.
Well, that was in 1941. I was only 18 then. And I hit it right field because they used to call it the porch layout. See, it wasn't as quite as well, in fact, it was shorter then than it is now because they have a field that they had put in there. And when I hit it, I couldn't believe it because we had about 45,000 people. And that was one of the greatest feelings I've ever had by being a young boy, too, and the great Satchel Paige, which very seldom gave up home runs, which I never hit another one of.
Malin, thank you very much. It's been an honor to talk to you. Thank you.
You know, I was listening to him talk about Yankee Stadium and the fact that he was facing the great Satchel Paige and playing, you know, in this great stadium, the greatest stadium in the history of the game. And he was thinking that he was standing out there where Charlie Gurringer played. I told you the story when I hit the home run in the All-Star game here to lead off the All-Star game in '77. I was trotting around the base. I wasn't even aware of the fact, thinking about the fact that I'd hit a home run. I was thinking about the fact that I'm going around the same bases that Babe Ruth went around. And that was kind of like what he just said there. It's bigger than what you accomplish yourself, the fact that you're treading where great players have played.
Molina, deep left field, way back there. And adios! Jose Molina, a two-run big fly. 5-3 Yankees, they're back ahead.
And John, to emphasize one of the things we talked about before they had that fence in there, that would not have been a home run. And I tell you what, when Molina hit it, it better have gone out of the ballpark or he would never have reached first base. He knew it was gone. Watch the moment he hits it. There's the pitch outside toward the outside part of the plate. And he knew he had gotten enough of it to get it over the left field wall.
Now, Johnny Damon, who hit a home run his last time, a 3-run shot to the short porch in right field. That short porch which Malin Duckett reached against Satchel Paige as he reminisced about it. And those fans are trying to figure out a way how to get that ball through that net. As I mentioned, they moved the fences in here back in the 80s. And it was 430 feet to left center after they opened the remodeled Yankee Stadium. Now it's 399. But where those retired numbers are located, you had to hit it over that fence when the ballpark first reopened in '76.
Well, you owe me something because I did say there would be another home run here.
We had a wager going on it?
Yeah. I just didn't tell you what it was yet, but I'll let you know after the game.
I'm going to have Whitey Ford and Yogi Berra take you out to dinner. And then somebody got the souvenir, looks like. Johnny Damon to center field. Adam Jones. And that is the second out of the inning. And now Derek Jeter, once again introduced by Bob Shepard.
Now for the Yankees, number 2, Derek Jeter. Number 2.
The legendary voice of Yankee Stadium since 1951, Bob Shepard. And he is not here tonight, but he made a tape at Jeter's request. Bob never actually introduces players like that. All the years since 51, he had never said now batting before any hitter. As you see the fan got himself a souvenir of the final game at Yankee Stadium. He's a lucky man. But Bob, Jeter said he'd like to have him say now batting, and so Bob accommodated. So Jeter really, in the 58 years since Bob Shepard first became the PA man here, is the only player ever announced as now batting, number 2. So Jeter got something real special going on there. And he told us earlier in the telecast that Derek Jeter that he thinks Bob Shepard is an important part of this franchise as much as any of the players who've ever played here. He is thrown out by Castro. But Jose Molina has hit a 2-run homer, which right now is the last home run at Yankee Stadium. Although we're far from done.
These little town blues.
My best memories when I came here April 13th, 1978, and Reggie Jackson hit his home run, and they threw all those Reggie bars on the field.
I'd have to say after 9/11, when the country was at its lowest point, and the Yankees win the World Series against the Diamondbacks, and what they did on their home turf, defending their home turf, it lifted the whole city of New York and the whole nation.
Memories of Yankee Stadium, 2 fans who are here tonight among the more than 50,000 for the final game. And moments to remember. Reggie Jackson, who had said, as the one-hopper hit by Melvin Mora right to Giambi, and Reggie had said, if I played in New York, they'd name a candy bar after me, and indeed they did. And they were littering the field with him after his opening day home run, as the fan remembered. Joe Girardi got his own memories of this ballpark. A Yankee helped him win some World Series. And Joe, now the manager of the Yankees, many thanks for joining us.
Thanks, John. Thanks, Joe.
What do you think about the atmosphere here tonight?
You know, the atmosphere reminds me of a World Series game. I was fortunate enough to play in 3 World Series, and when I woke up this morning, I had that same feeling in my stomach that it was a huge game for us, and it was like a World Series game.
Now, you told us before the game, Joe, that you mentioned that to Paul O'Neill, and he agreed with you.
Yeah, he has his son Aaron with him, and unfortunately Andy couldn't be here because he's in school. But you know, Paul said he had those same kind of jitters that you get when you wake up. You know, whether you're playing a Game 6 or Game 7, and it's a wonderful feeling as a player, and to be able to be part of this and watch the ceremony tonight with all the great players that came back, and the ovation that Bernie got back. It's the first time Bernie's been back since he stopped playing, and we've missed Bernie, and we're sure glad he came back tonight.
I want to ask you a question. You said school, you wouldn't let him
miss a day of school to come to the final game in Yankee Stadium?
Well, Andy's off of college, and that's the same
right.
thing I said to Paul. I said, are you kidding me? He didn't bring him here tonight, but he did. I know my kids are skipping school tomorrow, and they'll be back on Tuesday.
All right. There's Bernie Williams. Well, Bernie seemed very touched by the outpouring of affection for him by these fans.
Oh, it was great. And like I said, Bernie hasn't been back in a couple of years. And it's an adjustment as a player when you walk away from this game. And I told Bernie, I want to see you around a lot next year. And maybe we'll get him in spring training with us a little bit. But it's just great to see him.
Tell me about the adjustment. We all know how that goes.
Yeah, I mean, I know for me, I played my last game in Arizona, and I cried like a baby, you know, when it was all over because, you know, it's a huge part of your life. You know, you've been playing since you're 5 or 6 years old. All of a sudden, you realize you can't play anymore.
Yeah. I guess the only downer for you and the Yankees tonight is the fact that you may not. This could possibly be the last game at Yankee Stadium where you're used to going into the postseason, and you're not mathematically eliminated yet. And I know you're going to fight till the end, but that has to be, you know, a little bit of a troubling factor for you here.
Yeah, I mean, that weighs heavily on your mind. And obviously, you try to enjoy this day as much as you can because of what this stadium has meant. But obviously, you know, the season has been tough on us, and we played great on this homestand, and we'd like to finish it out with a win.
All right, thank you. Thanks for joining us, Joe.
Many thanks to Joe Girardi. And a quick inning. Perhaps the best inning of the night so far for Andy Pettitte. Abreu and then A-Rod coming up for the Yankees. It's ESPN Sunday Night Baseball from Yankee Stadium. There's the familiar big ballpark in the Bronx. And the Yankees have a 5-3 lead. Home runs by Johnny Damon, a 3-run shot in the third. Jose Molina, a 2-run blast. Deep left, which by definition, if you hit one out there away from the foul pole in left field, you have to hit it deep because it's deep just to get it to the wall. Now Bobby Abreu with Alex Rodriguez and Jason Giambi to follow the 3, 4, 5 spots against the rookie Baltimore left-hander Chris Waters. That's an accidental ground ball. Melvin Mora too late, and an accidental base hit for Bobby Abreu.
And that's one of those, John, when you're trying to hit 300, he came into the game hitting 298. You'll remember that one.
He's 1 for 3 in the game now.
See the smile on his face. He's happy.
Well, here comes Alex Rodriguez. Alex Rodriguez has walked twice so far. The rookie, Chris Waters, has given him the superstar treatment. Now he catches the inside of the knees for a called strike. Rodriguez, when he hit his 500th home run last year, hit it down the left field line. It's 318 feet to the foul pole in left field, and it did not miss the foul pole by that much. There goes Abreu. And A-Rod with a bouncer foul off to the left. It's 0-2. Jason Giambi on deck. Abreu will have to go back to first, and he's
taking his time.
Having a look at the third base coach, Bobby Meacham, as he does.
I think that's one of those situations where if you're the hitter, a lot of times you will put a hit and run on because you think you know exactly what the pitch is going to do. And I think that was a hit and run for A-Rod rather than a straight steal. As he swung at a pitch that was down and out of the strike zone.
And that one almost hit him. Slider down and in. 1-2. Alex Rodriguez, one of the great home run hitters of his time or anybody's time. He's just 10 back of Reggie Jackson, who's 11th on the all-time list of home run sluggers. He moved past Michael Jack Schmidt earlier this year. Also moved ahead of Mickey Mantle. And a foul off to the left. A-Rod has hit 20 home runs or more in this ballpark in each of the last 4 seasons. Only the Babe had a longer streak of hitting 20 or more in this park in the history of Yankee Stadium. 1-2 the count. And he's staying with that slider. Still 1-2.
Anytime your name is connected to the Babes, you're pretty good. So A-Rod has had 4 successful seasons here. He still is trying to win the hearts of the New York fans because he's won 2 MVPs in those 4 years, but it just seems that he hasn't been accepted here yet as a total superstar.
Lacking the one bit of credibility that Yankee fans almost demand of their superstars, which is that World Series ring. They have not won a World Series since Alex Rodriguez arrived in town. Whether or not that's A-Rod's fault, we can have a long discussion about that. Yeah,
I would say it's not his fault, but obviously they have not won in the time that he's been here.
2-2 the count, and back to the bag is Abreu. Alex Rodriguez, this year 35 homers, 101 batted in, 18 steals, hitting over 300, and he spent time on the disabled list, keep in mind. He missed 21 games all told this year. And again, back to the bag is Abreu.
And we saw a shot there of Derek Jeter, and that's the one thing, no matter what Jeter does for the rest of his career, they will not be able to take those championships away from him. And that's what the fans here identify him for, is championships. And that's what the Yankees in the past were all, identified with. Yogi Berra, Whitey Ford, winning championships.
Abreu runs, and A-Rod, it's a high fly ball. It'll stay in the yard. Adam Jones. And that is out number 1. Joe, time now for our Sprint instant analysis concerning Andy Pettitte.
Well, he's known for his cut fastball, but these are all straight fastballs. The riding fastballs up and in, staying in tight on the right-handed hitters. Not cutters, but good fastballs. He's doing good work on the inside. He's broken 2 bats so far. But a lot of guys are looking for that cut fastball, and it's the straight fastball riding in on their hands.
He's allowed 3 runs, 2 earned runs, but just had his best inning of the night here in the 5th. Jason Giambi, ball 1. Giambi has flied out to shallow center, and he has walked. Giambi hits a lot of home runs, and they brought him here because this is the house that Ruth built. There's that short porch in right field made for a left-handed pull hitter. One of Babe Ruth's nicknames when he played here was the Bambino, and John Sterling, the outstanding radio voice of the Yankees, when Giambi hits one, he calls him Giambino. So Giambi, although I don't think Giambi has lived up to expectations here since coming to New York. There's John Sterling, been broadcasting Yankee games on the radio since back in the 80s. That's inside to Giambi. John Sterling and Michael Kay, who's the television voice of the Yankees, were the co-MCs of the pregame ceremonies. And I thought they did an excellent job there, encompassing the great history of Yankee Stadium. Although the ceremonies are not going to be the end of ceremonies here. Apparently, in November, they're going to have the official closing of Yankee Stadium. And they'll encompass then not just the Yankees and their great history here, but the New York Giants football team played here for years. 30 championship boxing matches were held here. 3 popes have said mass in Yankee Stadium, including just this past summer, Pope Benedict. 2-1 the count to Jason Giambi. Soccer, the great Pele called this stadium home in 1976 when he played for the old New York Cosmos. Just off the outside, and the count is 3-1. Not only were there a lot of great boxing matches that were held here at Yankee Stadium, 2 of the most compelling of all time. One in which Joe Louis was beaten by the German Max Schmeling, but they had a rematch. And in the rematch, June 22nd, 1938 at Yankee Stadium, Louis dominated Schmeling. He dropped him 3 times in the first round and ended the fight after just 2 minutes and 4 seconds, defending his heavyweight title. And of course, this was near the onset of World War II, and Schmeling came from Nazi Germany, representing the Aryan superiority, and lost to the African-American Joe Louis convincingly. Double play to end the inning, and we're heading to the 6th inning now. Andy Pettitte back to the hill with a 5-3 lead. ESPN Sunday Night Baseball. The final time from Yankee Stadium, New York. I'm John with Joe Morgan and Peter Gammons. And Peter Gammons is standing by with two pitchers who did something extraordinary here. 1998, David Wells pitched a perfect game. A year later, David Cone pitched a perfect game. Wells and Cone, the two perfect game authors with Peter Gammons.
Thank you, John. Well, David, it's remarkable to have three guys, including Don Larson, through perfect games in this ballpark. Just talk a little bit about what that one game, having grown up a great admirer of the Babe, meant for you.
Well, I mean, it put me on the map, I'll tell you that. But, you know, when you go out there in Yankee Stadium and you put a performance like that, obviously, you know, there were some plays that were made behind me to make that happen. I mean, it's probably one of the greatest things that's ever happened to me in my life. And, you know, and to me, for a guy like me whoever thought I would have thrown that damn thing. But, you know, it was a blessing in the skies. The stars were lined up, and, you know, and forever, that'll link me forever to Yankee history, and that's okay in my book.
What was it like coming back for this night?
It's sad. You know, I mean, it's great. I'm glad I'm a part of it. You know, the ceremonies were just unbelievable. I mean, just to see these guys come out, and especially Bernie, you know, has been here since he retired, and to see something like that, you know, I'm just blessed and that I'm part of this. I'm glad the Yankees thought of David and I and Don, obviously, but you know, it's something it's going to be, you will remember for the rest of our lives, and you know, it's just going to be a sad night as soon as the last pitch is over.
David, you had almost the perfect day with Don Larson coming back, throwing the first pitch to Yogi, and then you threw the perfect game. What do you remember most about that day?
Well, I remember seeing Yogi riding around before the field in a Thunderbird, you know, the convertible, waving at the crowd, and I was warming up down in the bullpen, and I wasn't even thinking about pitching. I was just enjoying the scenery, and, you know, at the end of the game, somebody told me that I threw 88 pitches, and all I could think about was that big white number 8 behind home plate, thinking of that because that was Yogi's number. And you think about, you know, history, and, you know, as Kurt Schilling said, you know, mystique and aura, it was there that day for me.
David, thank you very much. Also, David, thank you.
Peter, pleasure.
All right, and many thanks to David Wells and David Cone. And the night is over for Andy Pettitte. He leaves as the pitcher of record for a win. But it will be up to the bullpen now as the fan chants Andy Pettitte. They want him to take a bow.
Fair, straightforward price.
They had an Andy Pettitte cheer going when he left the game. So Andy Pettitte has turned it over to the bullpen with a 5-3 lead and a runner at first. Here in the 6th inning. And the right-hander is Jose Veras with a left-hander, Phil Koch, warming up in the Yankee bullpen. And here is Kevin Millar. And a breaking ball is too low. I'm John Miller with Joe Morgan and Peter Gammons. And the great fans here at Yankee Stadium, Joe. You talked about that at the very beginning. And in many ways, although the Yankees have hit a couple of home runs, Andy Pettitte leaves with the lead. They had the great ceremonies before the game, but in many ways, as they've done so many other times here, the fans have made this night. And many of them have been here since 1 o'clock in the afternoon when the gates first opened.
I think that's why that I feel like the mystique of Yankee Stadium is going to transfer over to the new stadium because the fans are going to make sure it does. These are unbelievable fans, and we've been here for the World Series when the stadium would be rocking and rolling, and they're just having a great time. And you're right, I think the Yankee fans, I won't say they're the best fans in the world because other teams will get mad, but they are some of the greatest fans in the world.
Well, they just energized this ballpark. And I guess you could say that the ball club has energized them.
I want to ask Reggie Jackson, though, when he gets here, I want to ask him a question because, you know, they were just chanting Andy Pettitte and all the other guys, Derek Jeter. When Reggie was here, they just said Reggie. You know what I mean? Yeah. The first name, if the guy said, if you could be identified by your first name, you're a star. You know, like, I don't want you to call me Joe Morgan anymore, just Joe. Okay?
I need another syllable. How about Joey? That's strike 3. Kevin Millar is done. Now, Reggie Jackson wanted to go out into the right field stands to get that view that he used to have when he played right field one last time, and then the fans kind of recognized him, and Reggie accommodated him. He took the pictures for the fans.
I mean, Reggie's always recognizable wherever he goes. And I want to...
One out here is Jay Payton with a runner at first. Julio Veras, the new Yankee pitcher, back to the bag is Adam Jones. 5-3, the Yankees ahead in the 6th inning. We're going to be chatting with Mr. October, Reggie Jackson, in the last half of the 6th inning. 1 out, 1 on for the Orioles. That fastball is a strike on the outside to Jay Payton, who has knocked in a run with a force out and has beat out an infield hit. He's 1 for 2. The middle infield, Jeter at second, Jeter at short, Cano at second. Double play, that pulled in a little bit from the outfield grass. And off the right field line into the crowd. And a Souvenir. 0-2 the count. Veras throws hard. That one, 96, 97 miles an hour.
John, let's take a look at this. We're talking about recognizing Reggie Jackson. Well, they did recognize Reggie, but I'm going to try to show you someone else is there with Reggie, and they didn't recognize him right there. You don't even know who that is.
Well, who is it?
Val Kilmer, the actor. Yeah, see, they didn't recognize him.
You mean Batman?
No, well,
there's the runner going. The ball goes right by Molina, who had jumped up to get ready to make a throw, and the ball went right past him. And a steal for Adam Jones.
Well, I don't remember his Batman. I remember Doc Holliday in the Tombstone.
Oh, that's true. He was a great Doc Holliday.
He was a great Doc Holliday. I had a chance to talk to him on the field. He grew up here in New York. He was a New York guy. Yeah. There's another superstar, Matthew Modine. Got a Yankee jersey on.
I saw Richard Gere in the field before the game. 1-2 the count. Molina out having a chat with Veras.
There's Richard Gere. I saw Spike Lee. He was here. Spike's got a new move
this Friday.
Yeah.
1-2 the count to Jay Payton.
Spike, of course, a big Yankee fan.
Oh, that breaking ball just off the inside. 2-2. Well, what's the movie? What's it called?
What? There's Bobby Knight.
Bobby Knight, a great baseball fan. Good friend of Cardinal manager Tony La Russa. Loves the game. That curve is lifted to left along the line, and there is Navy. 2 down. Payton retired. Adam Jones holding at second. Now, Juan Castro is due up next, but he's gone back down into the dugout. So they may pinch hit here for Castro. Nobody's come out yet. Only Brian Roberts, the leadoff man, who's not due up next. So this is apparently a last-second decision. And that is Oscar Salazar, who comes out for the Orioles. Salazar has got some power. He's only had 59 big league at-bats, and he got 5 home runs. So manager Dave Tremblay said, let's try and tie it up with one swing of the bat here.
For Castro, number 19, Oscar Salazar, number 19.
So you don't remember the name of Spike Lee's movie that's coming out Friday?
No. And I've been watching the commercials for it all week.
Well, what's it about?
Well, it's about World War II and...
the miracle of...
yeah.
St. Anne's?
St. Anne's, that's it.
Miracle at St. Anne's?
That's it. St. Anna.
Of St. Anna.
Yeah, Miracle at St. Anna. And it's about a guy that...
A true story.
True story, and they find a artifact in the guy's house after he had been, he committed a crime, and it leads back over to the wall. So it's pretty interesting, he told me. When I talked to him today, I told him I was going next Friday to see it. He didn't give me free passes or anything, but I told him I'd go.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, because he gave me several. Maybe I was supposed to give them to you. Maybe that was. I forgot what he said.
That's probably what was supposed to happen.
I've seen the trailers for that movie, and it looks really good. Here is Oscar Salazar with a runner at second and 2 down. And the curve is up and in for a ball. Salazar, 30 years old. He had a little bit of big league experience with the Tigers back in 2002, 21 at-bats. He's out of professional baseball for a while. He's been in a lot of different organizations. But 59 at-bats, and he's got 5 home runs for the Orioles this year. The count goes to 2-0. So it's sort of a couple of breaking balls, and he's fallen behind him, Joe. Looks like he might have to throw the pitch he's been trying to avoid throwing. What do you think?
I think that's what gets a lot of pitchers in trouble.
You can throw that breaking ball a couple of, one of them's got to be a strike. Oscar Salazar is from Maracay, Venezuela. Possible tying run. We're in the 6th inning. It's 5-3 Yankees. Ooh. Well, one thing that Veras has going for him, even when the guy's looking fastball, doesn't mean they can actually hit it. That was 96 miles an hour, and it had a lot of movement running in on Salazar. He's got a great arm. In relief of Andy Pettit. 58th appearance of the year for Veras. Off the outside. Now it's 3-1. Brian Roberts on deck. The Orioles, a pesky leadoff man, one of the top leadoff men in the game. Andy Pettit finished for the night. 3-1 the count. On the outside corner at 96 miles an hour. 3-2. Man on deck, Roberts is not a real big home run hitter, 9 home runs, but he's got 51 doubles.
It's interesting, John. Huff has 48, and Markakis has 47 doubles.
3-2 count. The curve, just off the inside. Well, after all of that, then he tried to fool him. I don't get it.
We were talking about this 51 doubles. There haven't been a team that had 3 players with over 50 doubles in a season. They're trying to be the first.
Pinch runner goes over to first base. That is Brandon Fahey, and Girardi's bringing in Phil Koch, the left-hander. But Brian Roberts coming up. 2 men on, 2 men out in the 6th inning. We'll be back. Yankee Stadium, New York. Opened in 1923. Tonight, the final game, September 2008. The aerial coverage. Beautiful aerial views of the great ballpark. Provided by Nikon at the heart of the image. Phil Koch, left-hander, comes in with 2 men on, 2 men out. A 2-run lead. Brian Roberts, a switch hitter, will bat right-handed. And he takes ball 1. Koch, in his 9th big league game, he's pitched 10 2/3 innings and only allowed 3 hits and 2 walks. But he falls behind here 2-0. And this is a big spot, and as Joe Girardi said earlier, it had the feel of a World Series. So Koch may have a few butterflies going right now, especially after those great pregame ceremonies. The count is 2-1. Pinch runner with Jones at second, and for Salazar, Brandon Fahey came in as a runner. He is the possible tying run. Koch trying to keep that from happening. 5-3 Yankees. Blew a fastball at 93 miles an hour right by him. Koch is from Northern California, San Joaquin Delta College. 26 years old. 6 years in the Yankee organization. He struck him out. Blew a couple of fastballs right by him. 2 men stranded, 5-3 Yankees. Reggie Jackson will join us when we come back to Yankee Stadium. And it ends tonight. Yankee baseball in the big ballpark in the Bronx, as Reggie Jackson always called it. And maybe somebody else called it that as well, but I always remember Reggie saying that. And Reggie Jackson joins us now. Mr. October is commemorated out in the Monument Park on a Monument Park plaque as one of the most colorful and exciting players of his era, a prolific power hitter who thrived in pressure situations.
I thought you were going to say a prolific strikeout guy.
Well, that too. We don't give the bad up here.
Thrived.
We only give you the good. We only give you the good stuff, Reggie. You know what I mean?
Thrived in power situations. Other than despite all of the strikeouts. Yeah.
I'm hoping for A-Rod to keep playing another 10 years.
That ball down the left field line into the corner. Payton right beneath the foul pole.
That's what Mantle said to me. He called me up when I hit it, number 536. He said, "Boy, Reggie, it looks like if you could play another 3 or 4 years, you could get me out of the record book." He said, "I hope you keep playing." He gave me an award for hitting number 537, and all he talked about in Anaheim Stadium was my strikeouts. He never mentioned the fact that I hit more home runs than him.
Yeah, well.
563 home runs to be exact.
You know what's amazing, though, Reggie? You're remembered for the 3 home runs you hit in the World Series.
In the World Series game?
Yeah, game. But you did not get the name Mr. October just because of that. I mean, you had a lot of great Octobers, you know.
In 5 World Series, and I don't mean games, I mean World Series, whole World Series. In 5 different World Series, Reggie hit 357 with 10 home runs and only 98 at-bats. And his ops, you know, Peter gives us that 900 or above is a real good player. 1,000 or above, you're a superstar. His ops, and this is in the World Series, his ops was 12-12.
And if you don't believe that was great, just ask me.
How good were you, Reggie?
Oh, man, I was all of it in a bag of chips. Everything, the whole truckload, plus an extra sidecar.
In that 77 World Series, because we read the plaque. 5 home runs, 8 RBIs, you hit 450, but the last 3 at-bats were in particularly exciting. 3 home runs on 3 pitches. Here's one of them. That was, Bert Hooton.
Right. Elias Sosa, he ran in with a fastball, ran right in for that home run.
And then Charlie Huff came in a little bit later.
He threw a mattress ball, and I just laid on it.
Hideki Matsui out into center field, toward right center. Adam Jones.
I had a guy tell me today, and he said, "Gosh, Reggie, you know, Mantle and Ruth and Gehrig are the face of the old stadium." I said, "Well, what about Mantle, DiMaggio, Yogi, and Whitey?" And he said, No. He said, that's the Mount Rushmore would just be Ruth and Gehrig. I said, really? He said, well, and the new stadium is Jackson and Jeter. I said, well, there's a guy out in the bullpen that sits there for 2 or 3 hours a night. He comes in, and he may be in the top 5 all-time of all-time Yankees. Top 5 now. If you're top 5, that's Ruth, Gehrig, Mantle, DiMaggio, Yogi Whitey,
and
Mariano, for me, is in the top 5.
Well, you know, they don't win all those World Series in the late 90s without Mariano Rivera.
Which goes to say that, you know, when you're talking about Reggie and Derek, there's Tino and Paul O'Neill, and there's Scott Brocious, and there's Andy Pettit and David Cohn and those players.
Well, I'm going to stop you there. Look, I respect all those guys for what they did, but you're Reggie Jackson, and that means a lot to the national public, to everyone else. I mean, the other guys are all great players, and they have had great careers, but I mean, you had 563 when 563 meant something. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I can't put all those other guys in the same boat with you. They may be trailing behind, you know, in the next boat, but not in the same boat.
I appreciate it, Joe, very much, and I'll be the first one to say how great I was. but at the same time, you know, I think you can take players on the ball club. You want me to be quiet?
No.
Finish your
You can
comment.
take players on the, and I analyze players like a guy like Scott Brochus, played third base during the great Yankee teams in the late 90s. Here was a guy who had good talent. Right. He was an outstanding defender. He was a great teammate and a great Yankee. Numbers, statistics don't make you a great player. There are players with certain types of character. Right. And so in order for me to have been successful in the career I had by being successful in postseason, the Catfish Hunters, the Raleigh Fingers, the Dick Greens, and the Bert Campaneris, the great defense of Greg Nettles and Bucky Dent and the Randolphs, they were extremely important.
Well, I'll give you all that.
Close.
I'll give you all that, Reggie, but they can't be in the penthouse suite with you. They can have a suite next door.
Thank you, Joe.
And none of them hit 3 home runs
in one game.
In one World Series game.
None of them were called Mr. October.
Did Reggie. We've got a new pitcher in the game. I guess we should do a little play-by-play here. And that is Lance Cormier to face Jose Molina. But we want to go back here in a moment. We've shown the first 2 of those home runs. But that wasn't the whole story. Now, there have been a few guys who've hit 2 home runs in a game. That's pretty good. But 3, not often done. And there's a base hit for Molina. And Cano will go to second. So Molina is 3 for 3 here in the final game at Yankee Stadium. Damon is coming up. Let's go back. He's had 2 home runs. It's 1977. The knuckleballer Charlie Huff in from the bullpen.
Now listen to the ovation for Reggie Jackson as he comes up to the plate. Reggie Jackson has seen 2 pitches in the strike zone tonight. 2. And he's hit them both in the seats. Goodbye. What? Oh, what a blow. What a way to top it off. Forget about who the most valuable player is in the World Series.
Cosell, Keith Jackson.
No, Howard Cosell again.
You know he was talking about. You know he was telling the truth. You know that now. Come on now.
But you hit it out into the black seats.
You know, to talk about the black seats there, hey, I'll tell you another thing. You know how they say, and this isn't good for the little leaguers, okay? But you know how they say you can't go to home plate and try to hit a homer?
Right.
That's not true. But yesterday, I went out and I sat in the center field bleachers and I tried to find that spot. So I looked a little close to it. And I sat out there yesterday and tried to find the spot and sat on that spot. And just kind of looked around the stadium, and I got tears in my eyes. And Joe Felino, the security that always goes with me when I go and interact with the fans, said, "What are you thinking?" And I said, "Gosh, you know, I'm not sad. My tears aren't sad." And I started, you know, getting tears in my eyes. I said, "I'm not really happy." I said, "I feel like I'm leaving a friend." I said, "But the nice thing about it is I came here on Tuesday, and I honestly felt like if I was in New York, that the people here, the city rallies around each other during times of difficulty, which we've all experienced. And I think the fact that we are all losing a friend, which is, you know, this Yankee Stadium, that I feel like the people here and the fans here have kind of helped me get through it."
Well, I mean, that's well said as usual, Reggie. I mean, I think this is a fabulous place, and it will be missed. I mean, there's no doubt about it. And there will never be another Yankee Stadium, never be another stadium like this.
If I could say my only disappointment is that the boss is not with us here, you know, tonight. I know he's in Florida listening, and you know, I call him Dad once in a while, but he's not old enough to be my dad.
Runners go, and ball 4 to Damon, and the bases are loaded.
But I think I certainly miss him as part of the family here, and certainly what he's done for the franchise. it has been special ever since he's taken the franchise over, and it's always been, well, here's a man who doesn't need any introduction at all. The nice thing about it is George thought about the fans, thought about the city, he thought about the brand, and he always put himself forth. I mean, he beat us all up. We all took bricks in the back of the head, if you will, and sticks and stones whenever he wanted to. But his focus was the city, the team, the fans, the brand. And so I have great admiration for that. And just, I got to say that I'm appreciative that I was part of the franchise. As Joe DiMaggio said, I just want to take time to thank God that he made me a Yankee.
Yeah. Well, now Derek Jeter at the plate, and this big crowd, which is almost just sort of an average crowd at Yankee Stadium these last 4 years, which I think is a testament to the Steinbrenner legacy. But Babe Ruth hit the first home run in 1923. This is the final game. So far, the most recent home run hit was by Jose Molina.
Well, it would be really cool if this guy here, with the bases loaded, capped things off with something special. And we all know that it's his nature. It's what makes Derek Jeter special to do something special.
Curveball in the dirt, and it is a 2-ball and 1-strike count. He's facing Lance Cormier with the bases loaded. He's hit 1 grand slam in his career, but as his mom and dad look on from the stands, they were down on the field when he was presented with the crystal bat before the game, commemorating the fact that he has hit more base hits than any player who ever played at Yankee Stadium, beating Lou Gehrig's record. What do you think? Was he going for it right there?
Well, I hope so. Well, I think that just shows right there. That swing, John, shows that he's hurting a little bit, you know, from being hit yesterday.
Got hit in the left hand, the meaty part of the left hand, near the small finger.
You know, he got hit in May, and it bothered him for the next 40 or 50 games, and never squawked a peep about it.
2-2. Strike 3 call, and Jeter begs to differ with Angel Hernandez. Bases left loaded. It is 5-3 as we head to the 7th inning from Yankee Stadium. Reggie Jackson is with us. We'll be back. Yankee Stadium in New York, Sunday Night Baseball. The final time at Yankee Stadium, 5-3. The Yankees lead the Orioles. Fans join Major League Baseball in its efforts to help victims of the devastation caused by Hurricane Ike by donating to the Gulf Coast Ike Relief Fund. Log on to www.ghcf.org or MLB.com to help those in need. Together, we can make a difference. John Miller, Joe Morgan, Peter Gammons, and we're joined by Reggie Jackson. And this special night, the final game at Yankee Stadium, of which Reggie was such a big luminary, especially that night in 1977, his first year with the Yankees, hitting 3 home runs in the one game. Now, the next time he hit it was opening day the next year, 1978. Maybe you opened a road, I don't know. But the next time you batted in this ballpark was right here at Yankee Stadium. And after you hit that 3rd home run against the knuckleballer, Charlie Huff, in the World Series, as Markakis is out and away, you came up and will.
Joe, I homered the first time up.
You like knuckleballs.
In 78, you love them.
Now they started showering the field with your candy bar.
I thought they didn't like it. I was so embarrassed. I was afraid that they didn't like the candy bar, but they were throwing it out there, I guess, in New York style, you know.
Well, they were littering the field with Reggie bars, and look what happened. Bob Shepard had to come on and make an announcement.
Ladies and gentlemen.
We're going to listen to it, but right now we have a pitching change. And Jabba Chamberlain is coming in here in the 7th inning. 5-3, the Yankees ahead, and we'll be back. There is Jabba Chamberlain, number 62, in from the Yankee bullpen. Yankees lead 5-3, and that's over the middle. Derek Jeter, off balance, right there. Nice play. 2 down.
I'm not sure if Chamberlain got a hand on that ball or not. He stuck his hand out, which is a dangerous thing for to do. Well, let's take a look, see if the ball changes. Yeah, I think he did touch it.
He touched it, yeah.
Yeah.
Made me nervous.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to make you nervous. I mean, baseball does hurt. Nice play by Jeter. Off-balance throw. Very accurate to first base.
Aubrey Huff comes up now with 2 down in the 7th inning. Huff is 0 for 3. He's the Orioles' leading RBI man, having an excellent year. 107 batted in. And he takes ball 1. Now we're trying to get back to the opening day home run. Your first at bat after you had the 3 home runs in the World Series, you homered on opening day in '78. But they started throwing Reggie bars down in the field. And Bob Shepard, the legendary voice of Yankee Stadium, came on and made an announcement to the fans.
The Yankees can understand your enthusiasm in the last half inning. However, we ask you once again, in the name of good sportsmanship, to refrain from saying anything on the field. Thank you.
That was a sweet day.
I have to tell you, I like the Reggie bar.
You thought that they didn't like the Reggie bar? That's why they were throwing it?
I was scared at first. I didn't know it was such a sweet day.
But I did. I like the Reggie bar. You gave me I didn't buy any now. You gave me
I
some
know you
when
hooked
you were
me
in
up.
the
Joe's
Oakland.
come on now. Hey, you got to send me some over there. Reggie, where's my Reggie bar?
But they were good.
Now we had another Reggie, I guess maybe the last Reggie tonight when you got introduced and went out to right field in the pregame ceremony.
Hopefully we'll have some in the years to come in the future.
But not in this
Well,
ballpark.
not here. You're exactly
that's
right.
That's
You're
the last
exactly
one.
right.
I was saying before you came on, Reggie, they were saying Derek Jeter, and they were saying Andy Pettit. When your name came, just Reggie.
It's easier.
That's I think that shows that respect that I was talking about.
So I need to hang around you a little bit more. You know that?
Strike 3, Jabba Chamberlain. Many thanks to Reggie Jackson. Mr. October, the final game at Yankee Stadium. Reggie, many thanks for coming on.
Thanks for having me. It's always enjoyable. I love being around you guys.
563 home runs.
Ooh. 3 in 1 game in a World Series. And now we're going to stay here at Yankee Stadium. And a man who is a remarkable man, the famed Irish tenor, Ronan Tynan, is going to lead the crowd in singing God Bless America. And let's go down now.
Will you please rise? Please direct your attention now to the microphone behind home plate and welcome Decca Universal Classics recording artist Ronan Tynan. In honor of the servicemen and women stationed around the globe, Dr. Tynan will now sing God Bless America.
While the storm clouds gather far across the sea, let us swear allegiance to a land that's free. Let us all be grateful for a land so fair as we raise our voices in a solemn prayer. God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with a light from above, from the mountains to the prairies to the oceans wide with foam. God bless America, my home sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
At Yankee Stadium. And while we're here covering this game, and I think it's extremely compelling to fans all across the nation, around the world, this famous ballpark, but it is also a compelling local story. This is the local ballpark for Yankee fans. This is where Yankee fans come to enjoy their baseball and have for all these many years. And with us here, the local telecast shut down for the night. So part of the story being local, we wanted you to be able to enjoy the local television voice of the Yankees on the Yes Network. 17 years a Yankee broadcaster, for 5 years, covered the Yankees as a newspaper reporter. Here is Michael Kay. Michael, take it.
Thank you, John. Thank you so much, and nice to see you and Joe. First pitch to Bobby Abreu is a strike. It'll be Abreu, Rodriguez, and Giambi. This has been a dream come true for me. I live 10 minutes from Yankee Stadium, and since I was 9 years old, I wanted to be the Yankee announcer, so I've made out okay. Very lucky.
We've all made out okay.
Well, that's like Whitey Ford. He wanted to play for the Yankees. You wanted to announce for the Yankees.
You know, Joe, I knew right away I was awful. I couldn't play, so I had to take another route to get here. The 1-1 to Abreu. There's a strike, and the count 1-2.
You did a great job in the pregame ceremonies with John Sterling, the radio voice of the Yankees. It must have been exciting to hear the crowd. And I mean, the crowd is just so much of everything that seems to go on in this ballpark.
There was a real electricity. It was almost a Game 1 of the World Series feel. And I really thought that there would be a chance that it would be maudlin and sad, but I think that people were more in a celebratory mood, as if they're saying goodbye to something that they really enjoyed a lot, rather than sad about moving away from it. And, you know, the place across the street is going to be amazing, and I think that takes some of the sting away. 2-2 is grounded foul.
Have you seen, of course, you've seen the next door. Give us a little, how you feel about that new stadium over there.
Well, it's amazing, and I actually saw the clubhouse in February when it was mostly concrete, but the Yankee clubhouse runs from right behind home plate to right field. That's not an exaggeration. It's unbelievable. I don't think we'll ever see a Yankee player, to tell you the truth. There's a lot of places to sit away from people. That one is blooped into center field, and Jones lets it fall in front of him. And that is a single for Bobby Abreu. Now, Friday, they actually put up the new letters on the new Yankee Stadium. And for a while there, during the afternoon, it said Key Stadium, but they put up the YAN, and that completed it. And Yankee Stadium, that faces toward the Deegan, which is the expressway that runs past the ballpark for those not in New York. And the place looks great. They've spent a lot of money on it. The outside really looks more like the original Yankee Stadium than like this one. Here's Alex Rodriguez. He's 0 for 1 with 2 walks today.
And we've been talking about how the Babe hit the home run in the very first game. Who's going to hit the last one? So far, it's Jose Molina.
Which is funny because the last home run in the old ballpark was another catcher, Duke Sims. So maybe that'll play out. The 0-1 runner goes. There's a strike, throw to second, not in time. A stolen base for Abreu. I actually mentioned to Rodriguez before the game, I said, the way your season's gone, at least you can hit the last home run here. And he said, you know what? I like my chances. So far he's 0 for 1, as I mentioned, with 2 walks.
But the 2 walks, the Waters was pitching around him, it seemed like.
He has not been swinging the bat well. Yesterday he had his best swings that he's had in about 2 weeks. He was lunging out in front of everything. You could see that he was guessing up there. And he's had the type of season, you look at his numbers, 303, 30 from 101 now. That's pretty good. But he really has not hit in the clutch at all this year. And when you compare it to last year, which was one of the best seasons in the history of this organization, it kind of dims in comparison.
Well, numbers can be very deceiving, as we all know, that have been around this game for a long time.
It was really the best year maybe in history by a right-handed home run hitter in this park.
Amazing season. And big hits as well. The 0-2 is outside at 1 and 2.
And one thing I found, Michael, over the years of playing,
Guys will do that. Sluggers. They'll have a good year, get clutch hits one year. Next year they will not. Then they'll go back. Next year they will.
That one is driven out to right center field. Adam Jones on the run. He's there and he'll put it away. Tagging is Bobby Abreu. He heads toward third to throw to the outfield side. So Abreu moves 90 feet away from the score.
I played with some of the greatest hitters in the history of the game. Johnny Bench, George Foster, Tony Perez, and that would happen sometimes. You'd have years where, they'd still have the numbers, but they weren't in those key situations. Next year, they'd have the numbers in the key situation. I think that's something that happens in this game. I don't think you can do it year in and year out. As good as Derek Jeter's been in the World Series and stuff, he struggled last year in the postseason. So, it just happens.
And with Alex, the interesting thing, and it goes right along with what you're saying, Joe, MVP in 03, 05,
right.
07.
Exactly.
And the even numbers haven't been too good for him.
Right.
Looks like we're going to have a pitching change here. Walker, the tender, has been summoned by Dave Tremblay, the man at runner at third. One out. Jason Giambi coming up. The Yankees are leading 5-3 with Michael Kay, the TV voice of the Yankees. Yankee Stadium, New York, New York. ESPN Sunday Night Baseball presented by Taco Bell. Frank Sinatra accompanying the lead back into the inning. Last of the seventh inning. I'm John Miller with Joe Morgan, Peter Gammons. Our final Sunday night telecast for our 19th season and our last, of course, from Yankee Stadium ever. And we're joined by the voice of the Yankees on television, Michael Kay. Runner at third, one out here in the seventh.
And the Orioles bring the infield in as the Yankees are up by 2. They do not shift. That helps Giambi when there are runners on base because it does not allow the team to completely put 3 infielders on the right side. The shortstop is shaded up the middle. The 1-0. There's a strike, and the count 1-1.
And there's a look at the defense. The defense is playing in. They want to cut off the run. They're already trailing 5-3. They do not want to give up another run.
1-1. Good breaking ball. Good arms in the Orioles outfield in center and right. Markakis leads the American League with 16 outfield assists. Jay Payton has a left fielder's arm. Bobby Abreu with good speed has stolen base, his 20th of the year. Moved to third on the fly ball by Rodriguez. And the 1-2. Popped up and fouled away. The interesting thing about this season is that when you saw this on the schedule, you never thought that this was going to be the last game at Yankee Stadium because it almost seems like a birthright the Yankees are going to make the postseason. They've made it every year starting in '95, an incredible run under Buck Showalter and one of the great series ever against the Mariners in the division series. They lost in 5 games, and then the Joe Torre era began in 1996, and they made the postseason every single season. The 1-2 is popped up. Backpedaling is Fahey, and it's going to fall. Hits the grass. Coming home is Abreu. He'll score. It's a blue ball RBI single for Giambi, and the Yankees lead 6-3.
Well, lack of communication there between shortstop and the third baseman. Either one of them could have caught it. I think it's the shortstop's ball because he has a better angle. See, Mora is going straight back. But you could see that he shot away, and so did the shortstop, and it drops in for a base hit. So the shortstop was in position to make the play. He was facing home plate a little bit.
Well, Giambi is going to be taken out of the game for a pinch runner. He gets congratulations. And Dave Tremblay is going to mix and match, so he's going to get a bullpen again. And Brett Gardner is going to pinch run at first base for Jason Giambi. Well, Joe Girardi said he's going to play this like the 7th game of the World Series. I guess the memo went over to the Orioles side as well. Rocky Cherry will come on. It'll be Cherry against Xavier Nady. Yankees are leading 6-3. You're watching ESPN Sunday Night Baseball.
Red Barber and Mel Allen, two of the all-time great play-by-play baseball broadcasters, and they called Yankee games together for 11 seasons in 1978. Both were inaugural recipients of the Ford C. Frick Award given by the Baseball Hall of Fame for their major contributions to baseball and the broadcasting of same. We've got a long tradition of great baseball broadcasting here in New York and in the Bronx, and we're pleased to have with us tonight the television voice of the Yankees, Michael Kay, as Rocky Cherry has come in to pitch with the runner at first and one out. The Yankees ahead 6-3. And Michael, take it.
5.79 ERA for Cherry. This is his 16th game. Nady came over from the Pirates. Really has done a good job with the Yankees overall, closing in on 100 RBIs for the season. Cherry deals. And there's a strike. Mel Allen actually pulled me aside when I first got the radio job in '92 and said, would you mind if I gave you advice every now and then? It was like DiMaggio asking a hitter, would you mind if I gave you advice? And I said, that would be great. And he would occasionally pull me aside and give me some pointers. The 0-1, one of the things he told me, he said, sometimes when you're on the air, it sounds like you're announcing. He said, who listens to all of the games that you broadcast? And I said, well, my mom. And he said, you know what you should do? Talk to your mom. He said, because if you're talking to your mom, that means you're talking to everybody individually that's listening. And I thought that was a good bit of advice.
Yeah. You were talking about this stretch of 13 straight years, the Yankees being in the postseason, the last 12 of them under Joe Torre.
And it was a magical run. The 4 World Championships, 6 American League pennants, and one of the greatest World Series ever played, and one that they didn't win was in 2001. 26 in all 26 at this ballpark. Pitches upstairs. And 9 actually celebrated at this ballpark, the clincher. And under Joe, it really was an amazing era. The world title in 96, and then the 3 straight 98, 99, and 2000. 98, they were 125 and 50. 12 postseason appearances in 12 years, and now Joe looks like he's going to get another postseason appearance with the Dodgers, the way things are breaking down in the National League West.
Well, for me, the only thing missing in tonight's celebration is a Joe Torre sighting. I wish we had one, because Joe is a definite part of this.
Gardner goes. The ground ball is short. It's booted by Fahey. And there goes Gardner toward third. Throw is not in time. Yankees have runners on the corners with 1 out.
Nice hustle there by Gardner. I mean, he got up quickly and got over to third base. Well, it's a ground ball to shortstop. Gardner was running on the play. It's booted. It does not get that far away, but he hustles over to third base. Quick reaction.
I like that slide, little fadeaway slide away from the tag.
He's been a real spark plug for the Yankees. If he could get on base, obviously you can't steal first base, but he's almost unstoppable on the base paths. Here's Cano with runners on the corners with 1 out. And he fouls it the other way.
Robinson Cano has started to swing the bat much better. It seems like, he got up to a very slow start. He's had some good games lately. I know he was benched by Joe Girardi, said he wasn't hustling. No, the one thing I've always found, and Yogi Berra alluded to it today, veteran players, in my opinion, are the ones that should go to a guy like Cano, a young player. Don't make the manager have to micromanage and stuff all the time. Make sure that the veteran players tell the young players, you have to hustle.
The 0-1, fly ball to left field. Tagging is Gardner. Payton will make the catch. Here's the throw. Here's the play at the plate. He's in there. Sac fly for Cano. Moving to second on the throw is Nady. And the Yankees now lead by 4, 7-3.
We had Yogi Berra in the booth, and he said he didn't hustle one time, and Joe DiMaggio was the one and came and told him, Yankee players hustle. Run out it doesn't take much to hustle. We want to run out every ground ball. So that's the way I was always taught, that the veteran players always push the young players to keep the manager from having to, like I say, get into everybody's face all the time.
Girardi had said that several people had pulled him aside, and I don't think it sunk in. And Joe, the money's important to players, but the playing time is paramount.
Oh,
yeah. You take that away, that really resonates with them. And I think he's been a different player since then.
He's definitely
running
been
hard
hot.
down the front. Yeah. Here's Pudge Rodriguez. He's going to pinch hit for Hideki Matsui. For Cano, his 64th RBI of the year. And the pitch to Rodriguez. Swung on and missed. Robinson Cano gets himself a sac fly when he got to the dugout. Souvenir time. Pretty nice deal.
Yeah.
Made a fan for life. Runner at second base with 2 outs. The 0-1 is tapped slowly towards second. Roberts is there, and he'll fair to first, and that will do it. For the Yankees, they score 2 runs on 2 hits, 1 error, and 1 man left.
I wish they'd hit a home run there.
I wanted to say see ya.
You could have had the last one at Yankee Stadium, perhaps.
Absolutely. Thank you, John.
Michael Kay, television voice of the Yankees on the Yes Network here in New York. Top of the 8th inning coming up. 7-3 Yankees.
ESPN Sunday Night Baseball is presented by Taco Bell. Think outside the bun. And in part by Volkswagen. Das Auto. It's what the people want.
Sunday Night Baseball from Yankee Stadium. It is 7-3. The Yankees leading the Orioles. Again, many thanks to Michael Kay, the television voice of the Yankees. Now here we go to the 8th inning, and several changes for the Yankees. But right now, Derek Jeter throws out Ramon Hernandez. His throw taken by the new first baseman, Cody Ransom. Ransom in, and the number 6 spot in the batting order. Staying in to play center field, Brett Gardner, after he ran for Giambi. And moving from center field over to left field is Johnny Damon. So Nady is out of the game. Ransom will hit in the spot where Nady had been. Chaba Chamberlain is on the hill, trying to be the link to Mariano Rivera. And I think for the Yankees and for the Yankee fans, there could be no better ending to the final game at Yankee Stadium than for Mariano Rivera to come in the one last time. And I was pretty impressed. Reggie Jackson thought that Mariano Rivera is one of the top 5 most important players in the history of the Yankees.
Well, as you mentioned, they would not have won those 4 world championships with Joe Torre without Mariano Rivera. He's the most consistent closer that I've ever seen in the postseason.
Two 2-0 the count to Adam Jones, who's had a triple and a single, a steal. He's had quite a night as a rookie. Adam Jones facing Jabba Chamberlain. When you can't be home to watch your favorite MLB team, check out MLB.tv. Watch every out-of-market game this season live online. For more detailed, visit. And that's right to Cody Ransom. Out number 2. Visit www.mlb.com, MLB.tv. Peter Gammons, you've been coming to Yankee Stadium since before the remodel to cover baseball. And now the final night, your impressions.
Well, I'll tell you what was really fun for me was when all the ceremony was going on. I was hanging out around the Yankee dugout, and to watch the young players, the Brett Gardners and guys like that, just with their mouths open. They were like little children watching something they never thought they'd ever see in their lives. And it really kind of summed up all the generations that have been tied together by this evening.
And Peter, you started coming here when? As a reporter for the Boston Globe?
The first game I covered was in April of 1972. And I've seen some great fights in this park. I've seen some great home runs.
Kevin Millar, shallow right. That is Cano. And the inning is over. It's getting close to Mariano time. The last time at Yankee Stadium. Jabba Chamberlain, 5 in a row. He's retired. Last of the 8th, 7-3 Yankees. Mariano Rivera warming up in the Yankee bullpen. The Yankees are leading 7-3 as they come to bat in the last of the 8th inning with Molina, Damon, and Jeter, the 3 do-ups. Rivera getting ready for the final 9th. Rocky Cherry, and there is Molina to right field, and one away. Markakis takes it. That's the first time that Molina has been retired in this game. 2 singles and a homer. He is our Chevrolet player of the game, Jose Molina. Chevrolet proud to recognize today's best and tomorrow's future, supporting youth baseball nationwide. So far, as the Babe said, after he hit the first homer here after that game in 1923, he says, God only knows who will hit the last one. Right now, it's Jose Molina, the middle brother of the catching Molinas. And it was a pretty good one, too. Maybe not a Ruthian cloud, but out there to the big part of the yard in left center, or toward left center. A ball and a strike to Johnny Damon. He also hit a home run tonight into the home run porch in right field back in the third inning. A 3-run shot, and the Yankees had been trailing 2-0. And that's a foul. And Peter Gammons, we were talking to you a little bit ago about memories of Yankee Stadium and being here for the final game.
Well, I thought it was sort of fun when I was up in the runway waiting for David Cohn and David Wells. Johnny Damon came up, and I kidded him about, you got to hit another home run. He said, I really want to hit that home run. I want the last home run in Yankee Stadium. So this that's important to him. I thought it was great, his sense of history.
Well, it looked like he was going for it on that last swing. And as Reggie said, you can try to hit a home run.
Reggie struck out a lot of times trying to hit him, but hit 563 of them. David Cohn and David Wells still here. Two of the former Yankees who made an indelible impression. Part of the history, part of the lore of this ballpark. Each pitching perfect games. And Damon with a foul. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Now, on deck is Derek Jeter. Now, Damon would like to hit the last one, as Peter Gammon mentioned, Joe. But a lot of Yankee fans would like Jeter to do it.
Well, I think Jeter's hand is bothering him. I don't think he's going to be able to drive the ball well enough to get it out of here. I could be wrong, of course.
Now, look at him just there. He was shaking his left hand.
Yeah, well, he's hurting. I mean...
Ball is... Look out! It is caught.
There's no communication between the infielders.
It's Fahey, the shortstop, and the new third baseman, Alex Cintron. Fahey caught him. Derek Jeter coming up with 2 down in the 8th inning. Announced again via tape by the legendary Bob Shepard. And our thanks to Paul Doherty of the Cunningham, Escott, Slevin, Doherty Talent Agency in Los Angeles. He grew up a Yankee fan here in New York and is a walking font of Yankee history, and he gave us a lot of help preparing for this telecast. 2 down. The cameras lighting up Yankee Stadium, flashes all around the ballpark.
John, we might also mention that Jim Hall is the PA announcer.
He's Bob's fill-in, and he's basically been the public address announcer just about all of this year. To third, and Cintron throws out Jeter. 0 for 5 to Derek Jeter. And so with the gate open for Mariano Rivera, we're going to stay and have a look. The great Rivera, as Reggie Jackson said, one of the 5 most important Yankees of all time. And he listed some great ones. But Rivera has not made any move.
Well, he's still throwing. I can see him throwing. That was a pretty quick inning.
Now, the gate opens.
I consider myself the luckiest man on the face of the earth.
Fastball hit deep to right. This could be it. Way back there. Holy cow. One of the greatest sights I've ever seen here at Yankee Stadium. There it goes. It's out of here. High drive. It's in right center field. That's gone. It is gone. Chris Chambliss has won. Goodbye. Goodbye. Oh,
Sanders swings, and it's a drive deep into right field. Sanders back to the wall, and it's gone!
There it goes, and the Yankees are going to the World Series. Aaron Boone has hit a home run.
The final season, the final game, and now the final inning, perhaps, of the final game, and it belongs to Mariano Rivera. Rivera, who seemed to always save every game in the postseason that he was asked to save. The Yankees had many games where they came from behind against teams, but for several years, nobody came from behind against the Yankees. Mariano Rivera was not just a ninth inning guy either. Rivera, many, many times in the Joe Torre era, came out and pitched the 8th and the 9th innings in postseason games. The Orioles have Jay Payton, Brandon Fahey, and Brian Roberts due up here in the 9th inning. Luke Scott has come out on deck, and Jose Molina, who at the moment possesses the last home run here in Yankee Stadium. So as Rivera gets ready to face Payton, and then it looks like Scott and Brian Roberts. And everybody is standing at Yankee Stadium for this 9th inning. Joe, the quintessential Rivera pitch, the signature pitch, is that cutter. Throws it hard.
I think one of the reasons he's been so consistent is he has just those two pitches, that speed, and he doesn't have to go out there depending on anything else on any other day.
Strike two. And Jay Payton, who has 1 hit and 1 run batted in here in this game. This is a win for Andy Pettitte if Rivera can hang on to it, but not a save situation for Rivera. Not that anybody cares on this night. One away, just in time. Posada and Pettitte, battery mates. Those two, along with Jeter and Rivera, the only 4 who've been here going all the way back to those 4 World Series championship seasons, 96, 98, 99, 2000. And now the pinch hitter for the Orioles will be Luke Scott, former Houston Astro, 23 home runs for the Orioles this year, batting for Fahey. Two down. And the Baltimore leadoff hitter, Brian Roberts, to face Mariano Rivera. And Derek Jeter is going to leave the game now in the 9th inning. As that last pitch was being thrown, thousands of camera bulbs lit up, shimmering through Yankee Stadium. The final inning of the final game. That's a fair ball. In 1923, the Yankees played their first game at Yankee Stadium, and Babe Ruth hit a home run, and Bob Sharkey was the winning pitcher. Now, 85 years later, the final game here, and the final home run by the catcher, Jose Molina, who hit only 3 all year for the Yankees. And the final win, Andy Pettit, himself a great Yankee for many, many years. Posada, who was extremely disappointed not to be able to play tonight, injured, had some surgery, to be ready for next year, and alongside one of the great catchers of this era, Pudge Rodriguez, acquired in a trade to help out because of the injury to Posada. And things did work out the script in that Mariano Rivera came in at the end, and it was just like all those World Series and League Championship Series and crucial games for many, many years. Rivera putting his side out in order. Mike Messina, who still has a chance for 20 wins this year. 2 starts Tuesday, and if he wins it, he'll get a shot on Sunday for a 20-win season. The Yankees will finish the year on the road. Mariano Rivera, who along with Posada and Jeter, such a key figure in the Yankees going back to the 1995 season that Michael Kay mentioned. 13 straight years in the postseason for these Yankees. 12 under Joe Torre. That will almost surely end this year. Derek Jeter out to the mound. Let's listen in. He's got a mic.
Excuse me. For all of us up here, it's a huge honor to put this uniform on every day and come out here and play. And every member of this organization, past and present, has been calling this place home for 85 years. There's a lot of tradition, a lot of history, and a lot of memories. Now, the great thing about memories is you're able to pass it along from generation to generation. And although things are going to change next year, we're going to move across the street. There are a few things with the New York Yankees that never change. That's pride, it's tradition, and most of all, we have the greatest fans in the world. And we're relying on you to take the memories from this stadium, add them to the new memories that come at the new Yankee Stadium, and continue to pass them on from generation to generation. So on behalf of the entire organization, we just want to take this moment to salute you, the greatest fans in the world.
The 2008 Yankees, the final team to play at Yankee Stadium, paying tribute to the fans here, and now these Yankees will, it appears, take a lap around the field here to try and acknowledge everybody in the big crowd. at Yankee Stadium, the final game at Yankee Stadium for the great Yankee shortstop Derek Jeter, standing by on the field with Peter Gammons.
It's pretty special. You know, the fans here never seem to amaze me. I've played my entire career here at Yankee Stadium, and it doesn't get any better than this.
What did it mean to you to see all the great players of the past come out here with you?
It was awesome. I mean, one of the things you get really spoiled with playing here is the accessibility of all these players. I don't know if there's too many other organizations that do it like us. I mean, we have Whitey Ford, Yogi Berra, Phil Rizzuto, everybody walking through the clubhouse, and I'm sort of a sponge for knowledge anyway, so I'm always talking to them and trying to learn some things, but this is definitely a very, very special day.
How long did it take you to put together that speech?
I didn't know what I was going to say when I was walking out there. You know, they told me a couple days ago, and I really didn't have the time to sit down and think of anything, but you know, all I really wanted to do is to thank the fans. I mean, there's no memories without the fans.
Derek, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Derek Jeter, who was hit in the hand yesterday, the left hand with a pitch, and many feared that maybe he had broken the hand in the game yesterday, but he was back in there tonight. And obviously, as you pointed out a couple of times, Joe, he was hurting, and he was not himself out there. He went 0 for 5, but he was the spokesman for this Yankee team in the final game at Yankee Stadium. And as you can see, people, many not wanting to leave in this final game, in this ballpark, beloved by Yankee fans and sports fans around the country for so many years. And I think some of them are, it's just perhaps now setting in that that's the last time they'll see the men in pinstripes in this ballpark, where they can watch a game and look out and say, look over there, that's where the Babe played. That's where Reggie hit the third home run in the World Series game. They moved to a beautiful new ballpark, but the history does not necessarily move with them.
No, that's going to be tough, you know, thing to duplicate. But, you know, I'm like Jeter. I believe in the fans. I think the fans here have showed that they will support this team, and when they move next door, they'll support them. And I think there'll be memories made over there. I mean, the way the Yankee organization is, they're going to always try to put the best team on the field. So I think you're going to have new memories made with new heroes over the next few years.
Mariano Rivera with Peter Gammons on the field.
Mariano, just express what it was like walking in for that ninth inning.
Like I said before, World Series, All-Star games, the last All-Star game here, this is special. This is just beyond. This is just on his own. You know what I mean? I was trying to hold my composure. Never got like that, you know, but today I got caught a little bit with that.
Now, was it really fun for you before the game, seeing all these former Yankee stars out here?
I love it. No, I love it. And I try to picture, you know, those guys, Luke Gehrig, Babe Ruth, Mickey Mantle, Joe DiMaggio. I was trying to picture all those guys, you know, and it was amazing, amazing. And next to me, I have Phil Rizzuto's wife. You know, it was outstanding, you know, and that's the Yankees, you know. That's what it talks about the Yankees. The Yankees are just class of their own.
Did you ever start thinking about what it might be like 20 years from now when you come back into the new stadium?
No, yeah. But I tell you what, it's overwhelming. You know, the fans. Look at this. You know, nobody has left yet. You know, it's lovely. I love the New York. I love the fans. You know, their love is unconditional. You know, they support us no matter what. They're here.
Mariano, thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank
you. Mariano Rivera. Andy Pettitte got the win in the final game here at Yankee Stadium, appropriately enough, with a lot of help from the bullpen and home runs from Damon and Molina. And the Yankees still occasionally going out in the infield with the pitcher's mound to get a souvenir of this ballpark. And there, Posada, Rivera, Jeter, and Pettitte from left to right, the four who remain from the great days under Joe Torre, 4 World Series championships in 5 years, starting in '96 when when they beat Atlanta 98, 99, 2000, 3 straight World Series championships. And so, to paraphrase Rudyard Kipling, that is Yankee Stadium. The tumult and the shouting will die. The captain and the kings depart. From Ruth and Gehrig through Mantle and Maris, DiMaggio, Jeter, Posada, Pettit, Rivera. The Yankees moving to a new ballpark. And this saga, this great American saga, has come to an end tonight as the Yankees have defeated Baltimore 7-3. And where Ruth hit the first home run 85 years ago, Jose Molina, the unlikely choice for the final home run, but he not only hit it, it was the game winner. And thank you for being with us, our 19th season of Sunday Night Baseball. We'll see you next year. Sports Center is next. Now for Joe Morgan and Peter Gammons, this is John Miller, and this has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports. The most famous stadium now closing its doors. The legacy, however, will last forever. Good night from Yankee Stadium.